And it comes back and forth and back and forth, and nothing makes any sense. And we keep pretending, tell me the ending. I don't believe you. Look me in the eye when you say it this time, right in the eye. When you're saying that these days won't always blur right into one. Give me proof there are days, but these at all ran on too many times into a wall. Now this headache feels so familiar, and if nothing would be enough to trust, I got anything that I want. I just thought somebody would tell me what to do. Now it's too close to touch, too much too soon, too much too soon.
This is a passing physical sensation. You are in good hands here. If there is imminent danger, our team will be notified at penalty.
Soon it will all be crystal clear. All your doubt will dissolve and disappear. There's a plan that's too delicate to share. There's a chance it would fall apart. Soon you're gonna forget it ever hurt. When you get all the best out of the worst, I can't give you all of the answers first. You could give up before it starts.
I'm crashing. Thank you for asking. I feel fantastic. So sure it's a thing. I'm just so glad that you understand it.
And as I start, I'm crashing. Thank you for asking. I feel fantastic. Never been better than this. Well, sure, it's demanding. I just hope that you would understand if I give up on everything.
We understand that the stress of this experience is extraordinary. This is because we are doing extraordinary work.
I don't want to keep waiting up every day. You tell me it changes. How can you know the end when we've never been here? You say we win. It goes faster and faster. Everything passes, then it comes back and farther, back and farther. Nothing makes any sense, and we keep pretending. Tell me the ending. I don't believe you.
Was muted. Hey, how's it going? We are daytime a little bit today. I have like stupid fucking politics. Okay, and like honestly, they're really. I love the way people are just like. I ended up getting done with stream last night. I was like, "Wow, give me your VOD." Resi address the allegations of fucking what, motherfucker? Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that people are making meaningful fucking allegations lately. Okay? I think a lot of people are, like, sincerely trying their best to...
You see how this looks, right?
do this. But, like, I don't think that's actually really happening that much. Even, like, the EDP shit. Even the EDP shit, it's like, Mike Bloom did that fucking documentary. I'm just gonna be fucking real. I think, I think he's gonna get away with it, you know? When PlayStation didn't ask you to pay for the privilege to play online, yeah, that was the whole thing, man. I'll go see Prime Time. I'm sure it'll be fun. What, the Prime Time with Alex Stein shit? Rezi, you sound really good today. Yeah, so... For those of you, okay, the fact you're being defensive when I make an allegation with no evidence sure looks suspicious to me. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's just it's fishing. Okay? It's just fishing. I'm not, bro, I don't care. All right? Maybe follow the tracks. Put together the old runes, and you may be able to decode Reservoir motivations, right? Prince Hasan movie is called Prime Time. Oh yeah, I am so excited to see that. I don't care. Can we talk for a second how like the Harry Potter kid, okay, the Harry Potter kid and Robert Pattinson, the vampire kid. I'm gonna be honest, I think they turned out pretty well as like actors and shit. That shit's crazy to me. Like they did actually like kind of move on. I think it's kind of cool. The sun is up and you're streaming. This is odd. Yeah, well, you know, I would like to do more daytime shit. It's just better off. Okay, just better fucking off, man. All right, if I can like actually wake up. But the reason why I sound great today is because I've just woken up. Like, and I've had like an hour, and I've drank water, and I've walked around, and I yelled at my mother for moving my plants because you don't want to touch my fucking serrano pepper plant. That shit is awesome. Is there a specific role you think Daniel Radcliffe excelled in? A bunch. When he was a neo-Nazi. He was a neo-Nazi. That shit was like he did it. You know what I mean? He did it. Have we cleared Letterboxd of the SA allegations? I'm still looking into some things, okay? It's not SA. It's just unprotected sex with multiple partners. You know what I mean? I've seen this in you before. Have you met someone and started dating them? No. No, not at all. Literally not at all. Like, literally not at fucking all, right? Also, happy 5 years since the Afghanistan pullout. Can you, like, never say that? He's not clear. It's not SA. It's just unprotected sex with multiple partners. Basically the shit everybody criticized Noah for, right? Like, yeah, he just did that shit. It's a good deal. Good morning, love you. Love you, Johnny. Thank you for the 11 fucking months. Let's go. But no, I mean, it's been a long time. We used to stream from like 3 to like 11, like most days. You know, like back pandemic times and shit. The Gun Fu movie wasn't actually that bad. I think it's like, if I see Daniel Radcliffe in something, I know it's going to probably be a good movie. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd stealth that. Yeah. And you'd rate in the kid. Yeah, well. He seems friendlier, but I'm just going to be honest. I don't want to, with all the, like, snark shit, I know we make jokes about it. I don't really like interacting with people now. I just feel bad. You know? I just feel bad. I'm sorry. I don't know if everybody out there, like me personally, okay, I'm kind of into it. I don't know if everybody out there wants a pedophile watching every stream and every move you make. It's not great, you know. I'll tank it. I don't mind. I think I'm fine with it, honestly. But yeah. Yep. That's a thing. So, the attack dogs are not trained. They go after anyone in the vicinity. That's my thoughts. You gotta tank Bill to be real. Well, less so over time, man. Less so over time. I mean, I've already told you guys. I'm fucking pissed. Like, I have, like, put on muscle, but I'm not losing fucking weight. And that's, like, fine. Right? Like, my traps look awesome. But it sucks. I even, like, noticed this the other day. Like, I'm waiting for, like, my subcutaneous fat to, like, kind of, you know, me to, like, lose the, hey, I can go and, like, live for long periods of time because I store everything in my gigantic belly. And, you know, I have that subcutaneous fat there. I want that gone because I feel like that's where the most worthless parts of myself exist. And I feel like I'm looking at myself. I feel like I'm emerging from my belly when I look at myself without a shirt on. And I don't know how I feel about that. Have you tried tracking your calories? No, I just fucking lift more and I'm more active. That's kind of ideal. I don't like it. Is it just muscle formed from fat? No, it's my belly is fat. Like there is a decent jiggle. There's less of a jiggle. But that's the thing. Rezi, you get rid of that, you need to turn to muscle first. Well, no. What I need to do is increase my basal metabolism, which can be increased by increasing muscle volume. Okay. Which, yeah, like, pretty much every day, every week, I'm getting that, you know, like that muscle pain that you get after you've, like, done some good shit? I'm getting that like, actually is, like, setting and settling in. Like, I'm definitely realizing, like, I have, like, a bunch of shit that has zero, like, specific training. So it's like, I lift with my buddy, and it's like, oh, cool, I can't do these vanity lifts and shit. That, like, train stuff that's not like, oh, I'm hefting a fucking thing. Like, I can throw, like, a fucking, I don't know, like, 70-gallon bucket of fucking mulch. You know, but fuck me, I can't, like, bring my arms close together over my chest and fucking, you know, push a thing like that. At least you don't have man tits. I do have man tits. Are you getting enough protein? Way too much. Way too much, actually. Way too much. Show belly. No, I'm not gonna do that. Eat more fruits and veggies. Yeah, I'm like going and I'm yeah, just... I'm incorporating rice. I just need to eat a lot of rice. I've been eating a lot of rice and fucking yogurt and flesh. That's it. Rezi, breathe more. No. What's your cholesterol at meat, man? Cholesterol's fine. Blood pressure's low. Like, slightly low. It's not, like, disastrously low. My blood pressure is slightly low. Alright? You're gonna be the first person to inexplicably figure out how to build stomach lining mass? Oh, no, I already, like, have, like, fucking ideas on how to fucking do that shit. You're getting the shot put physique? No, it's just, like, you have to understand, it's not even that. It's just, I'm just fucking lifting weights. And at this point, like, my buddy is super competitive about it with himself. And he's trying to get me to do it. But I realize that is going to happen because he started off, like, thin, gaunt. He was hollow-like. All right, like Dark Souls. He trimmed himself down, and it's just like we met up once, and he's like, "Hey, you know, like, if you ever want to come over and like lift or something," and I'm like, "All right, yeah, sure, why not?" Okay. And this motherfucker is like struggling. Like, he is higher than me on some stuff by like 10 to 15 pounds. All right, but like it came to squat and I'm clearing him like 30, 40. And that's kind of what it is. I'm starting from like a better spot because of the fat, but you know. Whatever, man. I don't know. It's cool. It's good. It's just like frustrating because it's like I'm getting it, like, my tits are pulling apart, okay? I don't know how else to say it. Like, my tits are pulling apart. My center line is doing really good right there. But, like, yeah, my tits are pulling apart, and we did this shit, and he's like, yeah, it's gonna, like, work on this muscle, so it's gonna pull your tits up and to the right. And it's like, great, man. Awesome. So, like, yeah, like, I don't know, man. I feel weird about my nipples now. Like, it's fucked up. All right, it's really fucked up. But anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna be fucking camming up. Okay, I think the Giga contrarian position on this Hasan defamation. The only thing that clip compilation is misleading is the last part where he says, "Let's bring back lynching." Yeah, but that's like so. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really looked into it, so I think we're gonna run about. What now they are pulling apart? Yeah, like it's like a thing. Like your shit will spread out. You know? And the thing is, it's like, yeah, they're just starting to point in different fucking directions and shit. You know? You know what the worst part is? Chafing. Right? I just have, like, terrible fucking chafing everywhere. Because there's more, like, it's more loose, so it's like draping a rag over, like, a table or some shit, right? But yeah. Oh, another reason I'm starting early. There's apparently a local astronomy club that I found out about, and I'm gonna go do that tonight. I think I'm probably gonna go do that tonight because I like looking at stars and shit because I'm kind of weird and lame like that. Can we get pictures? No, actually, shockingly enough, no. But we will come back later. That's so cool. Yeah, I just saw a fucking sign for this shit. And it's like, oh, it's free. All right. Like I don't know how to say this. I'm like, I don't really drink. Like I don't really like drinking. I know like all right. Who here was here last night, by the way? Who wants like a real quick recap of some of the horrors that we fucking did that? Do you have a telescope? So apparently it's like this like national thing, okay? It's this like national fucking thing where people just bring telescopes and you're allowed to look through them and talk about shit. Resi showing up the middle schoolers astrology club meetup and like, hi, I like stars. No, if it was astrology, I would be leading classes on like Kabbalistic reinterpretations of the Golden Dawn's stuff through like Chick Cicero. Like I actually have like written notes like that I could teach those classes, but it's like an org. Yeah, I'm not gonna name it, but you know, it's an organization, I suppose, right? But yeah, so I was thinking about I think I'm gonna trick that out. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I'm gonna go alone because I feel like I'm a kind of larger guy, and there is like I have a threatening disposition. All right, Slavic, right? But the thing is, when it comes to astronomy, I'm also really into astronomy because, yeah, I don't know, man. I think the stars and planets in general are pretty cool, and there is something about gravitational dynamics that are like fascinating to me, you know? And yeah, that's the thing. We have an astronomy telescope at the university, big dome, superimpose the stars over it. Very cool. Are you tall, short? I'm between 5'10 and 5'11, I think. On my license, it says 5'11. I swear everyone that I know is getting shorter. And I think I might just, like, be developing, like, proper posture when I'm, like, existing and shit. Because, and by the way, I'm a fucking weirdo. Because, like, I realize, like, what I'm doing, like, when I walk around shit, I'm not looking at the people around me. I'm not, and because I realize I probably was, like, looking down at people a lot. I just don't even do that anymore. I just, like, I don't care. I'm just, like, looking around, like, the fucking scenery and shit, you know? But yeah, I have no fucking idea. But 5'10 at, like, the lowest, I guess. So, I am very large otherwise, you know? And just to be clear, it's like, yeah, like, I don't know. I live in a kind of short area at this point. Like, where I used to live, I felt not very tall at all. I came back here, I feel like a fucking giant, right? I feel like a fucking giant, man. It's fucking weird. But yeah, so I gotta figure out, because I feel if I go it alone, it's terrifying. But the friend I talked to about it is a fucking flake. So I need to get a backup because I've already gotten yeah, that's probably not going to happen, like, sort of thing. And I'm like, okay, yeah. So I got to, like, fucking figure this out because I don't want to just be like some creeper just showing up and, like, being like looking through people's telescopes and shit. Take chat with you? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm gonna be. If I went to like if I did IRL shit and was because I would be harassing people at that point. That's the only way to do IRL shit is to harass other people. I would only ever do it in like a college town, Austin or San Francisco, right? Double down on Creeper and invite Wick. I mean, if it's free, they're probably expecting the random to show up. Yeah, I just don't want to be that guy. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely not taking chat with me to, hey, a bunch of people meet up at night and they're into the stars and surely none of them are like weird fucking people that scream at the moon. So college kids deserve to get harassed, huh, Rezi? Yes. Yeah, actually, yeah, on a fucking, like, yeah, yeah. You live in Austin? Yeah. San Francisco? Yeah. You have a thriving fucking nightlife? Yeah. Yeah, that's your fucking life now, man. Star was live in Austin last night. Bro, you don't understand. I know. Morgan, we're gonna do a quick recap of the awesome stuff that we found last night about Star. Okay? We're gonna do a quick recap, alright?
Always be my first.
This is how the night started.
Always be my first. Your first what? I don't know. I have no idea. My first platonic lesbian relationship. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh man. For better or worse, I'm not very.
Alright. What's this one?
Here's the real question. Okay? Listen. Would you rather fuck your mom or your dad?
It's L no matter what, but I would lean toward the woman.
I'm sorry?
I would lean toward the woman. I'm not basing it on dicks or assholes, so I would lean toward the woman.
You wake up one morning completely naked. You're completely naked. You're 1 inch into your mom.
Dude. When you distill this stream into like 5 clips, it's 1,000 times fucking better. Holy fuck.
And you've got 1 inch of your dad's dick in your butt. Which way are you moving to get out?
Is this woke? Not toward my dad. I will.
Are you closer with your mom? Do you think it would be weird afterwards?
I'm just like I'm very woke. I think it's cool to be gay, but I'm not into dicks. I can't be. I never want to trans people.
But wouldn't that be better if you're not into?
Dick, it's a deal breaker. If you're a dick, it's a deal breaker.
But wouldn't that be better if you're not into dicks and you did it to your dad? Your dad was like, "Yeah, it's just a business thing. You gotta get it done with."
I hate it the whole time.
Yeah. And then, like, if it's your mom and you actually liked it, then it's fucked up, you know? It's fucked up.
Alright, your turn.
It's so bad. It's like she's literally the same person online and in real life, and that's the worst part about Stardust, man. Yeah, but what have you had to? Dude, it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. All right. Anyways, so this happened, and then this happened.
Would you rather fuck your future boyfriend who's in her dad's body, or fuck your dad in her boyfriend's body?
I think boyfriend in my dad's body.
Oh, wow, you love incest. You love incest so clearly.
No, I don't.
You want to fuck your dad.
I don't have a relationship with my dad, so it's okay. I had a fucked up relationship with my dad.
And it's just Stardust, you just have fucking fun with the joke, man. You just have fun with it. You just have fun with it. Like, the whole goal is to be cooler, and that's why you make those jokes. Right? Dogwarts doesn't work with like, haha, yeah, dude, so you can fuck a dog. It's totally cool with it. Would you do it? Like, that's not how it works. It's like, you have to like layer it. You gotta let it sink in, and then when somebody asks you about it, you have to give them like a very direct answer. Right? You know.
Yeah, so you miss it. You're like, oh, you miss it. You're like, oh, get closer to finally.
Yeah, like if Stardust just told him, fuck off with that, dude. You're fucking weird. That shit would be, that would have been the ultimate fucking keynote, dude.
What?
You miss it, so I can get closer finally.
No.
I'm joking, guys.
Just so you know, she doesn't stay sad or anything. Okay. She doesn't stay sad. It's so stupid. God, it's so fucking dumb. Okay, this happens.
My friend told me, you gotta close it, and like the second photo is better than you.
But then I'll have the Cash Patel eyes, and then that'll be really bad. Okay, then I will never recover. Yeah, I will never recover from the Cash Patel eyes.
If it was during the day, it's like sweating like.
I had friends who used to tell me.
Yeah, this one's not good. I don't like that one. Somebody posted. I don't know why. And then we got a few clips of our own. These are my favorite parts of the stream, by the way.
Yeah, you're tired too. We're old. We are old. We're old lady. Are you saying bye to them?
I'll go half seats on an Uber, but I need fun to get out here.
Can we make a promise? What's the promise? That if I've ever annoyed you, you'll tell me, okay?
And by the way, this is the sweetest thing ever, okay? It's only like kind of funny, but they're like best friends, man. Like, it's really, I can't even get mad about this shit. This is awesome. Like, it's some like Kino stuff, man. It's like, you know, if you ever wanted to like, you know, have your heart be a little bit warmer and shit, you know, like this is the shit for that, man. This shit's like, it's very, very sweet. All right, you are annoying me.
You annoy me every day of my life. God, stop! I love it. No, but if I annoy
It's so lame. It's so cute and lame, bro.
you in the negative way, but I love it. Okay, but you're my friend, and annoying is how you show you love. Okay, but I was afraid I really annoyed you earlier. No, somebody else annoyed me. I was very annoyed about something. I was very annoyed about something else. But if I ever annoy you in that way, will you tell me? Yeah, but something else. And we'll have a heart-to-heart, okay? Somebody else was annoying me! No, but I know somebody else, but we have to promise to always have a heart-to-heart, okay? Yes, Dad! I promise. We'll always have a heart-to-heart, okay?
So, there was some fucking drama, I guess, that Zug was getting into. But it was, like, kinda not really explored. And I don't really know what it was, if I'm gonna be, like, frank. Like, when they went to the one bar, they were like, oh, there's some drama here. Stars seems kind of lonely. This is cute. This isn't sad. This is, like, you have to understand, it's like, finding, like, cool friends and shit. It's like, yeah, alright. It works, man. You know, I think that I think they're perfect together. Right? But yeah, there was some fucking shit Zug was, like, ratting around in, but I honestly cannot, I can't really decipher it. You know? I can't really decipher it. Okay? This is what I'm saying. This is cute. It's lame. Star does seem lonely. It is kind of sad. But, good for Star. But also, it gets better.
Promise to have a heart-to-heart. Can we get a GSN in chat, please? Platonic lesbian relationship forever. GSN! You're the best friend I've ever had. Yeah. I love you so much. I love you I feel like we could have lesbian sex and it wouldn't be awkward. We're not gonna. We're not going to. I'm not interested in doing that. I'm ready. I'm not interested in having lesbian sex with my friend, but we could have it and it would be not awkward at all.
Well, good thing I asked that question.
Such a good thing you asked. But I'm not interested in having.
I hope this relationship implodes. Bro, I am like, this is, okay, I'm gonna be honest, man. It's been kind of dark out there lately. This shit gives me mana, okay? Alright.
So we're good, okay? Okay. I'm sorry, this is so fucking weird when I'm drunk. That's my friend. That's my best friend.
It's just like it's disgusting. But, you know, I can't get that mad. This one I get
so many fucked up. I say, I get so many fucked up jokes in my head.
I say it's a great idea.
Hold for a second.
Man, okay?
Hold for 2 seconds.
I don't need any man, okay? I am very independent.
She's an independent. You don't need it, but you want me.
Come on out, you rapist! Wow. You don't need me, but you want me. It's like, it's so rapey. It's so cool. Oh, man. Alright. Oh, man, dude. It's fucking... Francis is a fucking dog, man.
Was the pole
Is this
right
always
here?
wobbly?
Yeah.
Hit it, bro. Hit it.
Stop! Okay, alright, you know what?
Oh, I still like that. It's like, guys, can we go to the car finally?
Let's go to the car.
Can we go to the car?
Somebody in the truck.
Oh my god, that is bad. Yeah, well... You know, Star's having fun. Right, holy fuck, he's Blotto.
Called you an asshole, how do you respond?
Get him out of here!
That's how I respond. They were the 215, Big Bad. That's how I respond, okay? That's how I respond.
How do you respond to somebody in the truck calling you an asshole?
Wrong, but okay. He's jealous.
Major Geek Pro, everybody is saying.
But yeah, so big things happening at Late Night Stark HQ. Okay. Big things fucking happening at Late Night Snark HQ. Yeah. Oh man, life is so cool sometimes, man. But yeah, so they're going to watch Destiny debate primetime Alex Stein today. So that's something that's happening. But I like tuned in a bit to the Darius shit. And I'm just gonna be real. I have like nothing. I have like nothing. It's very milquetoast. I guess they're there now, right? Oh, they got Zoog has Destiny on stream.
My favorite emote chat.
Should I hype mod?
Yeah, hype mod.
Just hanging out.
Alright, hype mod. Yeah, let's get some cinemas in chat.
Alright, this is kind of great.
Good job.
That's some good shit.
God, I wish I had my measuring tape, dude. If I had
That's
my measuring
awesome.
tape,
That's
my
good.
first hobby.
How many years?
Alright, you know what? He may rape, but he does hype mog, I guess. Oh, that other guy with him is like way taller even. That's crazy. Is Star's gonna have a meltdown with Zoog and inevitably starts dating one of these people? No. Probably not. Probably not. I would say probably not. But yeah, so they're at this fucking conference and shit. For I don't know, it's fucking primetime Alex Stein. Is having a talk with Tyler at some point. He said, I don't know when though. Oh, maybe later. She'll just buy, like, chat, should I? Yeah. Like, I don't know. They're, like, directly talking, but I'm good. Anyways. Yeah, so, big things happening at Late Night Snark HQ. Alright? Big things happening at Ultra Late Night Snark HQ. You should check it out. Alright? Like and subscribe so that way you can find that shit. Before I show the awesome clips that we find from the night before. You gotta understand, like, we sifted through that shit for like 2 fucking hours. That shit sucked ass. That was like some of the worst shit ever. Star wants to dress up to look like a parrot and lock her in a cage. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I want to look at the Hasan shit. I guess he's suing somebody. I think somebody was like, it's not really all defamation, you know? Right? But the thing is, even though it's not necessarily all defamation, right? Like, it's, what are the defamatory statements? Like, we have to look at the H3, like, defamation stuff. Or, like, other defamation things that have been out there. But I think H3 and Noah is, like, a good example. Because, you know, it gets sent back to Ethan. Because they're like, well, can you hone in the defamation claims? Because some of the defamation claims were, like, you know, obviously, without any merit. For instance, him complaining about the thumbnail and the Sieg Heil and such. That was literally Ethan's thing from his thumbnail. Right? Pisco was doing late night snark fodder content. Yeah, there's Alish Pisco too. We're gonna do that after the Hasan stuff. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, we're gonna do Alish Pisco as well. What else? Yeah, so we're doing like a quick little daytime stream. All right, like 4 or 5 hours in and out. Oh, hey, Starbase. Alex managed to look worse than last time. Sure. Pisco debates 5 right-wing regards was better than Owlish. Okay. I mean, I'm just interested, honestly. Like, it's just... No, I'm not. I know it's gonna be funny, but, like, here's the thing. When we cover the Owlish stuff, every time I am, like, super resistant to it. But the problem is Owlish is... Do you guys know Endless Cemetery? Do you guys remember Endless Cemetery? Does anybody remember Endless Cemetery? This is like some deep Twitch poll lore. Okay. Alright. Fuck. This is like some of my favorite shit. Okay. This was some of the best shit ever. Okay, it was a different time. It was back when, like, Chud and Rhizome were friends, right? Alright, let's do the wheel spins. Alright, Acidic Ascetic, Hooligans, Martialist. Black Nationalist, kinda. Alright, Acidic, Bees. Pay for Spins Day. So tomorrow will also be a Pay for Spins Day. Today is a Pay for Spins Day. $5 sub membership, you can pay for a spin, which does mean, Johnny, you get a spin. Okay, and then you also got Bees. Okay, and Big Bad, I will be consolidating the 2 that you did, but it's got to be 5 going forward. Okay. All right, so this one's for Big Bad. Yeah, you got nothing, Johnny. Sorry. And it's Big Bad's birthday. And Big Bad, remember, you still have a VIP on VIP from yesterday, and I don't know if you told me about that.
Finally, I have witnessed these. My life is complete.
Open the box, Joe!
You can give him VIP back since he's outgrown the... Guy, can you not call it that? Can I just be honest? Like, I'm actually, like, kind of mad that he's, like, angry again. I thought it was just, like, way better. He stopped being a pussy. Yeah, that's, like, better, okay? Call him pusillanimous, even, you know? So, whatever, okay? Cool. Anyways. Also, Johnny, you get another one because you gave me $5. Wait, did Starbase just come here to, like, threaten the moon? Is that it? That's so cool, actually. Wait, Joe Ruiz. Yes? Haha, Rezi, Zugami is live on Kick with Destiny. Haha, I know. I'm gonna probably parse the current event at a later time. I don't want to do that today. I'm good. I feel like the thing is, it's like I'm starting to sympathize with Star and shit. It's not great. It's not great. It's just like, I don't know, man. That stuff's cool, alright? I think it's cool. I think it's great. Okay. I think Alish may be sweet on Pisco. Their last couple combos seem more flirting than debates. That's just how Alish talks. Okay. That's just literally just who Alish talks. Okay. You know, that's it. That's fucking it, man. You know, it sucks because, like, the thing is, it is kind of just Alish is the one that has Alish is just a chatter, basically, that went on Wix from time to time and made TikToks, you know, and posted on multiple Twitters and, you know, had like an obvious coordinated theme on her TikTok. Resi, go blackberry picking soon? Can't. It's already past season. Blackberries are last few months of June into July. I already did that stuff on my own. Sorry, Fairy. How can we be sure this is actually Resi and not a bot? What do you want? Like, what do you want from me? It's still Blackberry season here. We have great plans for Moon. Did you tell your Dan Saltman story? What does this even mean? Why are you guys dragging Dan into this? Dan, honestly, I feel like he isn't doing as much lately. Alright? And he's just like, and I think he has, like, kind of pulled back. Why are you dragging Dan, like, you know, into this? That's just so odd. Just so odd. You know? But yeah. No, if you need the Denal Starbase thing, I did, like, we need to make that into a video, don't we? Because that's, like, kind of what it is, right? We kind of just got to make that into a video, because I feel like that's going to get lost, you know? So, I called Dan a pussy and joined the Discord. I said it in because it made him upset. Oh, Moon dragged him. Oh, that's like, I mean, again, you know, Moon was like already being targeted before that, though. Like Moon and Benji. But that's the thing. It was a chatter war because that's what Owlish was a chatter. And Owlish just specific. Bro, I don't even know, like, you guys, like, psyop the fuck out of Owlish, okay? Alright, you guys, like, and I'm saying this to, like, you, Denal, you, Starbased, you, Paragon, okay? Like, you guys opt the fuck out of her, man. It's so fucked up. It's crazy. But I also need to thank you because, yeah, I don't ever want someone like Owlish watching me. Like, thanks. You know, like, cool. It sucks. It's like, I don't think, like, I'm not, you know, but, yeah, whatever. New avatar, new attitude. No, that's just it. It's just, like, there's not really that much more to go in on Owlish for. The problem with, one of the things that, like, Owlish does make me kind of sad about is, like, the word war debate. She went on, but the other guy was, like, insane. You know, like, at the, like, some people, like, there's, like, the lay Reddit meme, okay? Lay Reddit meme of, like, oh, I want somebody at the Olympics that's normal to just compete so I know what it's like for everybody else. You know, so that way I can be more impressed. Alice is like that of, like, debates. But the problem is, you think about the average person, 50% of the population, still worse than that. Okay? And somehow Word War Debate has found those. Right? If Alice fired up her first test stream, I will be recommending her to snark you. You're welcome. I'm so excited. Good for fucking her. You know? Good for fucking her. I am, I don't even know. I don't even know. I kind of want to do other shit. I'm just, like, kind of getting bored of it. Bro, it's just, I'm getting bored of it because, like, I'm sympathizing with Star. And I need to, like, I need to make my heart cold again. But the thing is, I also don't really like consuming that much Destiny content either. Because I feel, at that point, I'm just, like, platforming death threats, doxing, rape threats, harassment threats, life destruction. You know. But yeah. Alice is the next Hasan Piker. No, I do not. Seems like you remember it better than I do. I don't remember anything. Darius is live. I'm going to visit my best friend Destiny. These people are sad. So the thing is, though, it's like, oh, okay. If I had, I would say, I would hypothetically do, so for those of you that don't know, Chai has moved halfway across the country, right? I would probably do a live stream going to visit Austin, to visit Chai, and to fight Darius. Okay? There would be two parts, okay? One, visit Chai. Two, fight Darius. Okay? And Smack. Correct. Correct. And Smack. Okay. And Smack. Yes. Yes, we cannot leave out Smack. Okay. And Tyler? No, I don't have a beef with Tyler. Okay. I just think he's scary. I'm good. This timer will be continued later. The bear versus the twink. Bill it as such, I guess. But anyways, so you're too fat for Darius. You're not in the same weight class. I know. That's the point, though, right? Because there's no one that's gonna be in the same weight class at all with Darius, because he's like twinkish. He's like a little guy, you know. The James, no, Twist sit. That's not, no, that's not Stardust. That's Denal. Stardust isn't evil. Stardust is easily manipulated, right? Stardust is very easily manipulated, and it's sad, but you know. Please bring your goth friend to snark on him. You have to understand, if I go to Austin, there is like a non-zero chance I could probably get Clint to go with me to fucking Austin, right? I could get Clint to go with me to Austin, and that shit would be fucking sick. That'd be fucking cool. I don't even think he drinks anymore, you know? Stardust is stupid and confident was almost as bad as being evil. I think she's bad at content creation. Her notes seem fine. Her editing is like a little too zoomer, I think, but oh yeah. So this is something coming up this week. Our queen, caramel colored male slayer, is gonna be going on Darius's stream on Monday, talking about Destiny's alleged sexual abuse of women and other controversies. Shy? Yeah. You could also Asmon when you're there. Well, no, it's just Darius, because he just says that shit. Just show up, right? I think that's the right way to do it. You know? I think it's the right way to do it. I think it'll be fun. Who the fuck is this? This is our queen. Okay. This is one of one of our grand queens, and we love her. We love everything about caramel colored. She's great. And we found out about her because of this reaction to Stardust when Stardust was making up a rape claim to try to get a win in a debate.
Ooh, men are so mean to me. Ooh, sexism, misogyny. Ooh, men are so mean to me. Bitch, your friend is being sued for sharing nudes without consent. He's being sued for a sex crime. Come on, you like misogyny. Stand on it. Stand on it.
And it's just like, it's so cool, man. It's so cool, man. So yeah, apparently, that is apparently the thing, right? The thing that's coming up. So, yeah, we love caramel colored. She's awesome. She's awesome. She's awesome. All right. Anyways, so where are we at after that? Where is the next thing that I want to like click through? I'm just making sure I don't have anything weird on the timeline. The Hasan stuff. Okay. So there's this guy, Scott Jennings, who apparently, for those of you that don't know, this kind of goes a little deeper and it gets a little bit weirder, right? In the way I want to talk about this. So you guys know about the Trump decoy plane. Okay? Have you guys heard about this shit? This is, I think, one of the stupidest things I have ever heard in my entire life. So we're at war with Iran, right? And Trump was in Turkey or some shit. All right? He's in fucking Turkey. All right? And he gets into a food cart. I believe there are pictures of him in the food cart. All right? Maybe it was AI. Okay? And he snuck onto a plane. All right? It's... Here you go. Let's take a look.
Why did...
BBC, do not fuck me. BBC, do not fuck me like this.
Why did Donald Trump secretly switch planes by concealing himself in a catering truck? Here's what the US media is saying. The US president. Why did Donald Trump secretly switch planes by concealing himself in a catering?
Like, you know what, like, a good idea for, like, hey, we need to secretly get Trump out of here? Take the big United States of America off the side of the fucking plane, bro. That's the first thing you do. Come on, man. Come on, man. Anyways, sorry. Dude, it's so stupid.
Catering truck. Here's what the US media is saying. The US president was due to return from a NATO summit in Turkey when, according to American officials, Iran made a threat to his life. Here we see Trump boarding Air Force One in Ankara. Media reports say he then got into this elevated catering truck and transferred to another aircraft, a modified Boeing 757, often...
So he got on one plane and then he got off of it in secret. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better, I think.
Used by the vice president. Meanwhile, journalists and some White House staff board Air Force One. Both planes then took off. The next time we see Trump is in the UK, disembarking Air Force One after being smuggled back onto that plane away from the cameras. He then crosses the runway and boards the newer version of Air Force One, the one controversially donated by Qatar, before flying back to the US. While on board that plane, journalists had some questions about their journey.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds this year? You know, probably on a dangerous way.
There's a good chance you could have fucking died, bro. Be glad that you got here. All right? Wake up, man. Wake up.
They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it.
We now know that's because he was on a completely different plane. The White House hasn't yet responded to questions about this, but here's what Trump...
It's funny that Pete Hegseth was allowed to get off the decoy plane, but Rubio wasn't. Well, because Rubio is the only meaningful threat. Because Rubio's like the only Republican I think a plurality of Americans can stomach that is in the administration, right? So Rubio is a threat to Trump's power, so it makes a lot of sense. The reason the Qatari plane is not safe is because the AF-1, AF-2 have traditional missile defense systems like Chaff, and they have full electronic suite for cyber and EMP attacks. EM attacks? Okay. Cool.
Trump said on the final leg home.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go.
The Iranians haven't commented about this.
Man. Marco Rubio, the sacrificial little Marco. I hope he's feeling a little today. I think Marco is getting whatever he fucking deserves, okay? I think Marco is getting whatever he fucking deserves, honestly. Marco's kind of a scumbag, and we need to not forget that the rest of these people are all... The journalists are, like, the meaningful ones to worry about.
Either, but last month, a foreign ministry spokesman dismissed allegations of a plot to assassinate Mr. Trump as psychological warfare.
Yeah, which, again, sure, but we did kind of kill their guy. So yeah, how Trump switched planes at Ankara, boards Air Force One, catering truck, and media boarding. Trump exits with the help of a catering truck raised to the plane on the far side. Catering truck. Carrying truck drives away from Air Force One to nearby C-32A aircraft. 4. Trump secretly reboards Air Force One after it lands and exits as normal. It's like, this is a deeply absurd fucking, like, story. Like, deeply, deeply absurd. Like, oh my God. Like, I just don't
We
even know.
arrive at Air Force One. We drive up on the tarmac in the motorcade, and I look up and I see those catering trucks. I've been covering the president in Washington for 20 years and presidents going back to Reagan for 20 years before that. I've never seen that before. I immediately started taking pictures, alerting my editors that this was unusual, that we make sure we use it, because it seems normal for us, but that's real unusual for Air Force One.
Dude. Like, straight up. Dude.
I get in my seat.
So this guy fucking knew, and he's like texting people about it immediately. Awesome.
Which happens to be
surely on like unencrypted. Oh my God. So if Iran was actually trying to do this, they would have known.
A window seat. I immediately lift the blind, which is shut, and a flight attendant, which is a U.S. Air Force enlisted officer, comes over and says, blinds have to be kept down. And I say, why? And she says, Secret Service says so.
What does the fact that the president actually didn't...
Daughter officially picked out her pet, and we just got home with a new ball python. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. It's one of these shits.
Ball pythons might just be the best pet snake for beginners. These captivating creatures come in stunning patterns and have mesmerizing eyes. But beyond their beauty, they're known for their docile personality and easy handling, making them a great fit for new snake owners. Unlike some snakes, ball pythons generally don't bite and prefer to curl up in a ball, hence the name, when they feel scared. The ball python is native to Western and Central Africa. Your goal will be to come as close as possible to recreating the temperature and humidity levels of its natural environment in your terrarium. When setting up the temperature, you first need to understand that the natural gradient is divided into zones. The basking area, perfect for sunbathing, and the other side will be cooler, providing a relaxing spot to chill. Their docile nature and manageable size are a plus. However, be prepared for potential feeding challenges and the responsibility of caring for a long-lived animal.
Sorry. The idea of getting a pet that's gonna be 30, man. That shit. Oh my God. Like, I gotta be real. Like, I love Loke. I didn't think he was gonna make it like 3 years, okay? Alright. The fact that he's come along like 11, he's like sleeping right here. It's very sweet. He's like a really well-to-do fucking cat. You know? And it's crazy. It's crazy. He's a good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah, you are. And he just has like a little fucking... It's just... Dude, I just don't even know what to tell you, man. Presties go feral like 15 to 20. This is what I mean. I just feel... Yeah, reptiles live a long time in captivity. And it's just like... I don't know, man. That's just crazy. Like, just having a fucking serpent, you know, for that long? Ferrets will live as long as a person? Yeah, I know. I know. There's something about it that it's like, the ephemerality of, like, life when it comes to pets. Like, there is something to that, like, I appreciate more. I feel like if I know the thing's gonna outlive me, I'm just like, psh, all right, man. Whatever, dude. My cat's 20. That says she's, like, a super elderly. Yeah, like, Loki's, like, what, like, 13, 14 years old right now? 13, 14 years old right now? I think. He ate leaves today, and it made him puke them up. But, you know, that's it. And like, I think he's been getting some hairballs and shit. So that's been life. But that's it. You put your pet in your will as the sole responsible for debt. I don't think that works. It. My old man made it to 16. Yeah, Loki's not slowing down, man. That's like the thing. He is like, for a cat as old as he does not act like old at all. He's like, he is very much just still a very sprightly, young, energied cat. Right? He cries just as much as he's always done. He runs around and all shit. It's like, it is... I've like long thought like maybe Loki is actually just like an accidental immortal or some shit, you know? Like just maybe, you know, that's it. They don't age, they just give up eventually. Yeah, I think he's chill. I think he's like chilling real hard. I think he's doing great, you know? I don't know.
Board either of those planes. He went to a separate plane say about the credibility maybe of this Iranian threat.
Well, it shows that U.S. officials were taking it extremely seriously, and to do something so dramatic as to move the president out of there. And I know that to some extent people have been confused. It looked like only the reporters were left to be a sort of decoy, and only those reporters were left in danger. But there were very senior administration officials who were left on the plane that did not get secreted away.
Yeah, and so the officials that got left on the plane, okay? There was Marco Rubio, all right, was one of them, but I have this video for that.
We're learning new details about President Trump secretly switching planes while leaving the NATO summit last month. Now, CBS News has learned the covert swap happened within a day of U.S. and Turkish intelligence picking up on an Iranian threat. Sources say there was a plot by Tehran to fire a missile at Air Force One. CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro joins us now. So what are the new details we're learning about this threat, Aaron, and who was on which plane, if you can break that down for us?
Yeah, Kelly and Tom, good to be with you. Ahead of the departure from Turkey, the National Security Agency, the CIA, and Turkey's MIT intelligence service picked up streams of information about this plot by Iran to fire this surface-to-air missile at Air Force One. There were also initially reports of a team in Turkey who was tasked with firing that missile, but after more probes, no team was detected. We've also learned that it was the decision of the National Security Council, the White House Military Office, and the Secret Service to make this decision for President Trump to change planes, and that was done in coordination with officials in D.C. as well. In terms of who was on which plane, on the plane with President Trump in that smaller C-32A were his Deputy Chief of Staff, Dan Scavino, Executive Assistant to the President, Natalie Harp, Director of Oval Office Operations, Walt Nauta, and the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
So, literally, the people that Trump is hanging out with, okay, on the regular, and Pete Hegseth. Can we just, like, for a fucking second here? Who the fuck? I just learned about Natalie Harp. I didn't know that she existed. Okay, I didn't even know I had no idea who she was. I've seen this Walt guy. Okay. And he looks like, you know, like the fucking Big Bad, Breaking Bad, like the fucking, there's like these Hispanic brothers, I think, at one point. That's what that guy looks like to me. While all their names have alliteration built in, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Left behind on Air Force One included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who reportedly both knew about this plot, as well as Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller.
Okay, so, like, what is represented here? It's like one of each, okay? It's the finance bros. All right? It's the racists. It's the military industrial complex. It's
alongside other Trump staffers, administration staffers, and the traveling press pool who were instructed in their cabin of the plane.
These girls appearing on the Vanguard. He's on there to discuss the Destiny crash out right now. Something to look out for. Okay. Well, after I get done with the Hasan thing, we can jump over that. Maybe we'll get to Alish. Maybe we'll have to do Alish later.
To keep their window shades down throughout the whole flight.
Yeah, really putting the secret in Secret Service there. Aaron,
so this left out one person. Okay, it didn't.
I want to change gears here and turn to some other news coming out of the White House. Caroline Leavitt leaving her role as White House press secretary. Obviously, the million-dollar question here is who her successor is going to be.
Now, this is something that's like weird, right? I thought that she was on the other plane, right? Like, I don't know why they're, like, not connecting these 2 points. Right? I thought she would, like, connected those 2 points. Or not. Yeah, whatever. Give me 1 sec. I'm looking at something. Okay, yeah, she wasn't on the plane. Anyways, so that was actually, this is like a disinformation from this guy here. Yeah, okay. Anyways, sorry. So Caroline Leavitt, after it's like very obvious that everybody around Trump is expendable, no connection whatsoever, okay? No connection whatsoever, right? Were you possessed by Stephen Miller? I don't know. With the live insects, you gotta keep a separate tank, and then you need to take care of them too. Keep them fed in water, keep them warm. Easier, just freeze rodents. You also need to cull the insects when they get overpopulated. This is easiest by far as the geckos just eat fruit paste, like cresteds. Leopard geckos eat insects, but floor-swelling ones just eat fruit. Sorry, the Vanguard stream is just starting. So, the plane thing exists. Caroline Leavitt has left her job as press secretary, right? And that's kind of why there's this new guy, all right? This new dude, Scott Jennings, okay, who is queued up to go ahead and, I guess, go and possibly become a new press secretary. Like, his name has come up a little bit. But he has this clip, and apparently Hasan is suing him for it. Curious timing. Very curious timing. Looks like she was leaving it one way or the other. Yeah, I'm just like reconnecting in my head and like getting the notes right?
On top of these candidates, in their own words, their surrogates are just as bad. Even worse, actually. We continue today our exploration of the radical socialist streamer, Hasan Piker. Now, he's Abdul El Sayed's best friend, and he campaigns for him all the time. And African Americans out there, within the sound of my voice, need to listen up.
I feel like if you hear this guy's voice as an African American, you probably would tune it out. Like, this guy sounds like he's trying to be a fucking cowboy, man. He's got like that like racist energy, that racial. He's like a guy that goes out and calls himself a racialist. He's just noticing differences, you know? Right? Just noticing fucking differences, man.
And you must listen carefully. This is who socialists like Abdul El Sayed choose to keep for company. Just listen to this. Hasan Piker in Cut 8.
I don't give a f*** what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this, black people care about that. Like, shut the f*** up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man. Are you always?
So that's the one where he's apparently being facetious about a person who was fantasizing. And this is being like attributed to him, and also him calling himself a black person. So
Always doing too much with black people. Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax, man. Shut the up, okay? You got me, okay? You got me because I'm a racist person.
You just heard campaigns all the time for Abdul.
It's just like, I hear it and I'm just like, they are short clips stapled together, and like, he is not, those are not in his own words, but it is him like reading chats and like, yeah, least obvious audio splice. It's kind of laughably bad. No one cares about those clips except maybe some boomers. Well, it seems like Scott Jennings' explicit goal is to blackpill black people on Hasan. Okay, on Hasan. Hutch is next, okay? The WIC class cares about this? Oh, yeah, a lot.
Syed in Michigan. He campaigns for other Democrats around the country. Every black voter in this country needs to listen to this. And if you look at these Democratic primaries, black voters have been voting against the socialists, only to be overruled in many cases by young, privileged white commies. Might these black voters find a home in the Republican Party this fall? Well, if Democratic campaigns are adopting the Piker plan of returning our country to lynchings, that just might happen.
So, yeah, that's like obviously not something that he said. And calling that the Piker plan is what the defamatory statement would be. Right? Like, that is an obviously defamatory statement based on even like what we were seeing. It's like, maybe like we're more media literate because obviously like we watch streams and shit, right? But we can see that Hasan is reading somebody's words, someone else's words out loud, right?
Did you ever notice, by the way, how violent these people are? You have Jewish Americans say they're feeling constantly threatened by El Sayed supporters. Now El Sayed's best friend.
Now, like, even like this clip, this is his tweet. He's not, it's like the closed captioning is fucking insane and they're not fixing it. Like Al-Qaeda, they're calling El Sayed whatever, and then like it comes up with Al-Qaeda. Like, they're like, I can tell what's happening, right?
Is out there calling for black voters to be lynched. Beneath all the smiles and dancing videos, there's nothing but hate and violence in the heart of these communists.
I mean, that part's not wrong. That part's not wrong, right? He's doing black with the hard L to me. It's just, it's an energy, right? But yeah, so Hasan's apparently actually suing this guy. And I'm like having to come to like thoughts on like, what is the point and the purpose of this? And I understand that's not like, you know, a meaningful virtue with like defamation. It doesn't like change the charge or the case or the court case or whatever, right? Like the malice thing. Or maybe it does actually. I don't fucking know. Now that I'm like thinking about it, I actually have no idea. I'll have to look into that. But I think that, so if I look at the Noah defamation thing, it's like Noah wasn't really misrepresenting shit, right? Like, I think it is absolutely reasonable to think a lot of what Noah said about Ethan is reasonably true. And he could argue it. You know, you have this viewpoint where it's like, yeah, at that point, you're basically just like codifying, is Gaza a genocide in like a defamation case. And then if it's a genocide, like, yeah, Ethan's unwitting support of a lot of that stuff kind of does, give lend a lot of credence to all the rest of it. But so I think here Scott is intentionally misrepresenting, right? And at the end of it, I think Hasan just wants a retraction, more than anything else, right? But look, I have this clip from Socialist Adri about it, of Hasan talking. And I'm just gonna, I think this is like a really good pause frame for him, right? In his first take, he definitely referred to black people as blacks. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And like, there are like, I think, issues in terms of like, is this gonna reach like the Hasan audience? I'm not really sure about that. I'm not really sure if it's gonna reach the Hasan audience. Right?
People have lied about me for a decade, right? Neo-Nazis on the internet, people who claim to be liberals but align with neo-Nazis on the internet. But there's a different, like, I've been pretty open, right? I have openly refused to pursue litigation in almost all of these. This crosses a line. This crosses an unbelievable boundary because it's such a fucking clear cut. Like, saying that I support racialized lynchings is such an insane statement to make. That, especially when paired up with the fact that this is coming from a major right-wing broadcaster, Salem. It's also been highlighted by Fox News. Harris Faulkner talked about it. She also made this claim as well. And not only that, but also the fact that it's actually circulating, or it's originating from the RNC, the Republican Senate campaign. Like, the Republican Party's midterm strategy is directly connected to this. I think it's
so not just lynchings generally. Curious. Well, somebody came in here like at the beginning of the stream, right? And they're like, "Oh man, it's like da da da. I don't like Hasan." It was like some like dumb Hasan, anti-Hasan thing, right? Yeah, it was like before the stream started in the YouTube chat. Holy fuck, we've already gotten through the whole thing. Challenge accepted. Reservoir versus Tyler. Wait, why did you time out Starbase? What did he do? Wallace, what did Starbase do? I don't care. Okay, but regardless. Anyways. Sorry, I digress. They were saying something about, like, them not liking Hasan, and it's like, I don't remember what it was now, and now I'm fucked. I'm fucked. The chat's going too fast. That's fucked.
It's certainly a bridge too far. I have to do something about it.
On affirmatively lying about people in such a dangerous way. If you don't like what he says, like, criticize what he says, but don't fabricate things that he never said, and then condemn him for that in a way that then gets circulated and is like genuinely dangerous and also just corrosive of like the idea of,
like, the thing is, it's like the hope, I think, at the end of the day, is they're saying, look at how violent these people are. Look at this and that. Is there like a fuller Scott Jennings like clip? I'm wondering if there is a further Scott Jennings clip, because he was just like starting to be like, oh, they're violent, like, sorry, I'm just like thinking about things. It's like, is there a violent threat here? What Canvas does to your brain? No, it was just some like fucking Hasan or anti-Hasan something. Oh, they said Hasan was like MAGA. And I was like saying, yeah, I think Hasan does kind of want to exterminate MAGA. right? I think he would, in a ways. Like, there would be a mass midwit genocide. That is, like, for fucking certain. Hasan, you know, took in office. He's not really doing that. You know, getting into office. I don't think El Sayed wants to do that.
Yeah.
Of public debate. So yeah, I hope he does go forward with this, and Jennings has to like think about like and people in the future have to say, because we're in this space, and Hasan has made this point that we have two standards for what's allowable in conversation. If you are supportive of Israel in general, you can say whatever you want about people who are critics of Israel.
Okay, yeah, but that's not it. It's just the Republicans don't give a shit. They just say whatever they fucking want. It's not, that's how the American media ecosystem works. And they have attached themselves to Israel, but it's not actually holistically viewed. It's just Republicans can say literally whatever you want.
Did you ever notice, by the way, how violent these people are? You have Jewish Americans say they're feeling...
Wait, I got a clip sent to me.
Did you ever notice, by the way, how violent these people are? You have Jewish Americans say they're feeling constantly threatened by El Sayed supporters. Now El Sayed's...
No, it's the Al-Qaeda clip. Okay. I'm going to keep that as a note. That's like a good note to have. Okay.
Doesn't have to be true. Can be completely blatantly false. And that is the norm that is allowed within our current media structure. That's changing. And as it changes, like this could be one of the things that forces a change where people like Scott Jennings, who was literally working for a radio station, radio network, whose chief strategy officer, Brad Parscale, is a registered agent for the Israeli government.
Yeah.
Like,
and has gotten specifically for this $50 million. $50 million just for Salem and just for training AI, training websites that are specifically designed to make AI more pro-Israel.
That's the program he was on is under the guidance.
So, like, I don't really know that much about this, but, like, again, yeah. Is this...
of an Israeli agent.
Get to the point.
And if those here, and it's a good... I can...
Like, the Hasan
accusing others of rape
is like, why would you add in this, like, extra, like, 3 minutes, Adri? What the fuck, dude? But anyways, regardless of all that, right? Yeah, so Hasan's actually apparently suing that guy. Is looking at legal avenues, and I don't know how to say this, because it does end up looping back into literally everything you would expect, okay? Literally everything you would expect. And I just found this. All right, let's see. Destiny's like reading Denal tweets. That's super cool. Where was it? I just saw this fucking thing. I swear to God, if I don't have this in my fucking I'm gonna lose my mind. Here it is. There it is. Okay. And this does tie back, I think. Where the fuck did it go? I swear I just fucking had this, man. I swear I feel like an idiot right now. I might be lost a little bit. I might be lost a little bit. I might be lost a little bit. Sauce. If I can't make this like jump, then we gotta go and do other shit. Probably look at this Pisco thing. Where did I see this? You feeling all right? You sound like you smell like a wet fart today. No, I feel fine. Is he reading the ones about you? Probably. 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 Now I'm mad. Now I'm like, now I'm a little agitated. I'm a little angry. Okay? I'm a little angry. Specifically because, like, I swear, when I was, like, just scanning over random shit somewhere, I saw something, and I'm not even gonna, like, speak to what it is, but it was, like, Destiny saying something about, I'll just say what it is. Oh, yeah, here it is. Alright, we have these awesome messages from Destiny. Destiny, me, when my job is doing Oppo research for Republicans, the Hasan clips start to hit the timeline. Pepe Jam. Right? Just explicitly doing Republicans' work. Specifically, I'm gonna be real, like, pretty much just with, like, even this. So, I don't think Hasan's gonna sue Destiny, but maybe it does get there. Maybe that's the next thing. So, yeah, Destiny said something. I know, I'm good. It's like, I don't have that much else to, like, dig into. Like, I don't have Destiny shit today. You know? Yeah, let's check out that Vanguard thing. I'm actually, like, kind of curious about what this is. Like, Pisco representing the Snark Wars. Is Pisco really just... He's gonna be talking about the Snark Wars. That's fucking absurd. Pisco was allowing people to hang themselves. You see Third Way think tank story? Linking the lib anti-DSA push directly to Republicans? I have not. How long have you been streaming? An hour and 45 minutes. An hour and 45 minutes. No, I have not seen that. I have not seen. Yeah, I mean, that's something I could look at, but, you know. You've been sleeping? Good. Alright, I actually slept last night. I feel fantastic. Unironically feel great for the morning. So, I just, like, I'm gonna be real. I want to see the Vanguard DSA thing from Pisco more than the Owlish shit. Like, a lot more. I feel like that actually has some value to it. Let's see. The Vanguard pod? Alright, let's just take a look.
Not too much, but it is super sad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he wanted to lecture us. I was like, I knew he was just waiting to fucking explode on the Vanguard. I tweeted at him this morning, or I didn't even tweet at him actually. I QRT'd a video clip of him being like, Marjorie Taylor Greene really saw AOC for who she was long before then. So let me just go ahead and pull that tweet up really quickly so you guys can get that glorious take yet? From Glenn too. Just so I don't misrepresent his wonderful argument. Got to be fair to the guy. Let's hear from this one too.
I think the person who
Pisco joins to respond to Destiny crash out, right? Like, that's what this is called. That's why, like, here's the thing. Owlish stuff, fun. Owlish stuff, funny. Owlish stuff, whatever. This, way more fucking interesting. I feel bad sniping. Alright, I do feel, like, a little bit bad sniping, but... Alright, we'll keep watch. I'm gonna keep that on a second screen. I do want to say, I think a community thing I want to do. I have found an absolutely insane amount of, like, weird horror movies. Oh my god, Reckless Ben has a new video. Reckless Ben has a totally new video. on a totally new thing. Oh my god, there's no way. It's not Lego drama, even. It's, I went undercover at a troubled teen facility. Like, this is from 5 hours ago. There are two wolves inside of me. One of them wants to just brain rot all day, and the other wants to continue my my holy war against, like, this fucking weird sex pest, man. Bro, I know. Alright? I know. It's like the actual... I feel terrible sitting here with this, but... And yeah, then there's the fucking EDP shit. You didn't even watch the EDP shit. I've only recently recovered from my Ben hatred. Yeah, I know. That's why I think I want to do it to you again. You know? That's why I want to do it to you again, man. I feel bad. Because I can't. You always got the option to snark Stardust. I don't. I'm just gonna... I need to be real. I can't. No. No. Like, Stardust is going to a place where she's not... Literally not going to be talking to people. And she's not specifically the one running the stream. So it's like... Gonna be other people that are there. Right? Sheldon Norcross. I gotta be fucking real here, man. I think we gotta watch this new Reckless Ben thing at some point. Okay, I do think we gotta do that. Alright? There's just, like, nothing happening. Alright? Like, at all. Okay? It's just, like, Zug is hanging out with Destiny. Alright? And... You know... That's literally it. Like, that is the current goings-on. Oh, nope, Stardust just got there. Stardust just got there. I hate you. Isco went live on his end. Yeah, I see that he's live. The problem is, it's like... DG's turn. I just, like, think it's just... Yeah, Zug is probably preferable to Darius. Because Darius may just start assaulting people, you know? Hasan is covering Stale right now. Nice. Cool. We're here.
Today is Saturday for you guys, I think. We got a jam-packed schedule today. And I really appreciate you being here. It means a lot. It means a lot that you took the time, checked in on the stream.
I just want to see you shit talk Destiny, man. I just want to see you shit talk Destiny. I don't want to, like, just snipe him like this. It feels bad. Alright, it feels bad. Okay, I don't want to just snipe fucking Pisco. I want to watch him do the Vanguard segment, and that's it. I was enjoying that. What's it called, please? No, we're not. I'm not putting him up because I'm sniping him. Go watch Pisco. Unironically, you want to listen to Pisco monologue and shit. Okay? Unironically, please go watch Pisco. Okay? I don't want to just snipe him. I like the guy. I watch his content. I think he's a great creator. Okay? Period. It's just like at the very bottom of everything, Pisco's awesome. Okay? We are waiting. I want to watch the segment with Vanguard, and we'll pause it with I'm not going to do, I don't want to do like a live react. Right? But I want to watch him. I want to watch that. I want that information. Nah, he's not as edgy. It is whatever it is. It's like, his shit's more just clean. You know what I mean? It's like, I hate to say it. At the very end of it, he's a clean guy. You know, he's a lawyer, man. I'm keeping an eye on the Vanguard stream, too. Yeah, I have that on the side now. So, I have that on the side. Alright, like, everything's fine. You know, and that's it. It's just that's the thing. It's a cozy, comfy stream. He's engaging in some political lolcow content. Right? This is horrible. Why would you send me this? Why would you send me this? Why would you send me this, man?
Bro's smile got a lisp.
Shut up, man. Fuck off. Alish, can someone explain why Destiny isn't being extremely mean, the worst person ever?
He messaged me. I think I'm gonna go on this thing with Stefan Molyneux.
Alish.
He messaged me on Twitter, and I was talking to him, and he was like, "You can do the Stefan Molyneux one." I was like, "I only disagree with him on one thing." He's like, "Oh, that's fine." I was like, "Okay," because everything that's weird though. Isn't that weird? That's like in November. The one thing he's like, "Oh, feminism is Marxism in disguise." I was like, I think I disagree with that one, but the other ones I don't disagree with. Why couldn't he have some like more hot, spicy ones?
Isn't this whole thing like race realism?
Yeah, he's like one of these final boxes of race realism, but he's surprisingly not debating race realism that day. So.
You should message him about the
I think it's full.
Yeah, it's probably full. I wanted to do the Gavin one.
I'm debating Flat Earth Dave in Vegas in October.
Who said that?
Owlishness.
Oh, Owlishness?
Yeah. She was invited to debate Myron Gaines, which is really
No
crazy.
way.
You are going to play Factorio.
I'm just looking at my thing.
Yeah, he's just fucking playing Factorio chat.
His factory sucks, by the way.
Wait, you guys are what debate?
I bet Destiny feels way more comfortable now that he's next to another white person.
Oh, that's on Kelly Trigger. Yeah. You have to go to Vegas for that, or?
Yeah, they're all like.
You should debate Stefan Molyneux.
Well, I did because he said he was hiring moderators. I was like, you can't do that remotely.
Alice is being flat Earth on what
Still
side?
sign up for a debate.
Yeah, the round Earth side, dude. The round Earth side. It's like, dude, the snark literally never ends. It's awesome. It's so cool.
Yeah, but traveling for a debate, that seems like cringe.
No, it's fun.
Cool. Is that what I do?
These people are so fucked up.
Israel Palestine.
They really are.
Steven. All he does is aura farm type shit.
God, it's
Yeah, they critique everything everyone does ever.
Just
They
saying.
blame me for everything too.
Oh my god, she defended me with the food shops thing, and they got mad at her.
They blamed me. They were like so mad at me as if I personally
Boots up
did that.
Factorio. Doesn't engage in conversation.
She went and
Anything
she
else?
made up with food shops, and they made nice or whatever.
Oh, I remember that. Never mind. Okay.
And then everybody in chat was like angry at me personally for that.
How do I get him to
for
stop?
making up with food
And
shops.
like enough tea.
And I'm like, I
enough
didn't even
tea.
do it. Why are they so mad at me for it? And then when she goes
What
into
is
the
an
chat, they're all like,
NFT?
they're all.
Tell us, Marquette.
Yeah, you're so loud.
I didn't realize.
It's a streamer thing. Go
ahead. So when she goes into the chat, they're all like, "Oh, W,
Holy
W,
shit, the
W,
stream is whiter than
W,
Abdul
W."
El
And I'm like, "What the hell?"
Sorry, you're getting too excited. You gotta calm down. You're riffing the vibes, Star. You're riffing the vibes, bro.
Can we get some Star Mogs in chat? Flood my chat with Star Mog. I made an emotive for Mog.
And you know, one of them was like, you know, you lost a lot of goodwill tonight, Stardust.
So much goodwill.
I was like, what the fuck?
Let's get Star Mogs in chat, guys. Let's flood the chat with Star Mogs.
This
Everyone
sucks.
show your love for Stardust.
Like, Starking
W Stardust.
Star to the end of the earth is great and all, but Zoog is so nice for filling her promise of always telling Stardust when she's being mad annoying. That's not okay. That's fucking evil, bro. That's so fucking evil, man.
I think it adds contrast to my features. Yes?
Obama.
No. I don't.
Well,
Why are you so far away? What is your line
W
of
Stardust
reasoning?
Slayer of John
Can you
Ford.
like take me through your line of reasoning, please?
Yeah, bleaching your hair.
Well, I thought someone could sit
No
there.
way.
So I was like, oh,
How
people
did
at the table.
not okay? There
Bruh,
are
I
ways
thought
to go
Steven
different
didn't
parts.
like
Sorry, they're
boba tea.
blonde.
His food takes are a
He's
cat.
Blonde
linked
people
so
in
heavily
other
in your
parts.
mind.
Shut up. I just think that blonde looks good on me.
It does look.
Why are you guys not telling Darius he looks white when he bleaches his hair?
Bro, why is it that, like, my soap opera is now being flooded with a person trying to come after Zoog, right? Is that Alish? No, that's Zoog. I think... Dude, come on, Zoog. Don't do this to Star, man.
Dude, someone behind you, bro. You can't look behind you.
This is so fucked up.
Just checking out the area, bro.
I feel like treating this like Love Island is way better, right?
Starting me.
What's the song?
The second you guys left the thrift shop, they were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe those guys left." Right? We're so happy they left.
Really?
What if Destiny and Darius kissed right
You guys
now?
are streamers.
Yeah,
they
they're
were like,
talking
fuck
about the
these
streamers.
guys.
Israeli's not white. I'm not engaging in this conversation.
I mean, don't do that.
I never said you're white.
Yeah, but you started this, and now this is a
Someone
whole
else
thing.
He started it.
I'm not having this conversation.
See, why are you blaming me?
I'm
blaming
not
you.
having
It's
this
your
conversation.
fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. I'm blaming you.
Everything.
It's you're spiritually Jewish. You're the scapegoat.
You started
You know
this,
he's
Steven.
a white man. He's never gonna be blamed for anything. So
Right, so so much experience manipulating and gaslighting women, Stardust. You were never going to come on our
she was never. She doesn't stand a
on that.
chance.
No, I'm not good.
I'm so easily manipulated.
Not white
apparently,
and American.
So,
I'm not. When
thank
it's
you.
other women,
What
I'm
happened?
very easily manipulated. When it's men, it's like whatever. I don't really care. You know.
Don't listen.
I am not. I don't like this. All right, she's just turning on Stardust already. Oh, she's evil.
She's a Cuban woman. I heard you're a Cuban woman. Is that
I am
true?
still thinking about Freaky Gabe from yesterday. I know what he is.
Okay, but really, you have to take credit for the white thing. It wasn't me. It was him. It was him, and I.
Steven
refuse
is
to be
Cuban
blamed for
white
this.
presenting.
I'm so easily manipulated. What am I gonna do?
I'm easily manipulated too.
I'm so vulnerable and
Zug is
manipulatable.
Israelish, aka a white American.
I'm so easily manipulated. Chat, what am I gonna do? So easy to manipulate. Oh, there's my thing.
Wow, that looks really good. What is it?
Welcome to Legacy Snarking Corner.
So
are we like
partying this
weekend or like what's the situation? I was wondering. I'll just take your seat. Who got my what? So are we partying in Miami or what's going on this weekend? You're gonna be in Miami? Yeah. I'm driving there. What is that? I'll be there. What is that? On the 19th. Which is a specific day. Restart me, please. You know what day that is?
Hello, Steven.
What day?
How are you today?
All right, I'm good. God, he has fucking herpes. Yeah, Pisco, dude. This motherfucker, man. This motherfucker. Not affiliated, by the way. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's literally no affiliation. Just, you know. Dude. I fucking hate this shit. I'm so mad that, like, Pisco presented me something greater than Pisco versus Owlish. And, like, now I'm just sitting here. I feel like... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause the timer, all right? I'm actually just going to pause the timer, all right? We're in free time right now. I'm sorry, but, like, I am locked in on hearing Pisco shit talk Destiny. Dude, kick stream it. No. Not even, like, kick stream it. Like, I'm just going to pause the timer. I don't feel like... I think I want to, like, let this... I want to let this happen. All right? I want to let this go. But I don't want to sit here trying to pretend to give a fuck about this, like, them being fake edgy on purpose. Right? What are you watching? Link it. It's just Zoog. It was Zug's stream. I'm waiting for fucking... I want the Pisco shit to happen. Right? Can I just be real? I just think Destiny content sucks anymore. He's, like, just detached. He's barely fucking there. Not really responsive to the world around him. It's not even, like, that fun to watch. It's fun to watch, like, when he, like, freaks out on people sometimes, but I just gotta be real. I don't want to watch Darius. I don't give a fuck about Darius. Okay? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really even care that much about Zug, but Stardust? Yeah. Yeah, just like, I think that's just the flavor. His orbiters are better. They're more entertaining because they try. You know what I mean? They try. You know? But okay, so
because Stardust snarked his factory and now he has to fix it.
Vaughn has a nice side profile.
Show his screen.
I love you, man.
I can't do that.
I wish I had a mangonada.
Okay, never mind. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to start.
What is that?
Wait, why would you smack me? Smack me how?
What?
How would you
Your
smack
olive
me?
skin tone reminds
I was
me
gonna
of the
remind
olive
you
trees
that.
that
I'm
get
not gonna
chopped
be able to
down in the
finish
West
it.
Bank.
So you can.
What the fuck was that?
I told her the least
DTS?
amount of sugar possible.
Pisco is
An
awesome.
estimated
There's a
3.7 billion people under age 50, 67%. Globally have 3 balls in their mouth.
Damn, 3 balls in your mouth?
So the thing is, Pisco is awesome. There's reasons Steven's trying to destroy him. Well, yeah, Pisco is a threat because Pisco is having all the conversations with people that Destiny purports himself to have, right? That's the thing. Pisco, in and of itself, he is a threat to Destiny's, like, power. That's why Steven's, like, trying to get in there. He's younger. You know, he's in Japan now. Maybe he'll, like, shed some of the fucking weight and shit. Yeah, like, Destiny has 2 people that can replace him. One of them is Hutch, and the other is Pisco. Right? Hutch is, for lack of a better terms, an F. And Pisco's kind of fun. Right? Pisco is like, he's starting to feel himself. I think the Japan trip's been great. He's just been debating. I think it's been good. But Hutch is just, he's pusillanimous as a person. You know? And it's just, yeah, Pisco is Destiny, but better. So it makes sense why there's this focus on Pisco. Because for the longest time, when Pisco was on the ranch and shit, you know, he has blocked Destiny at this point, right? When he was on the ranch, Pisco was always thought of as this, like, super annoying fucking dude, right? Like, he just, like, was the most annoying person to debate. He was, like, you know, hyper specific and shit. But it's like, at this point in time, I think it's like extremely valuable to have someone like that. I think it is responsive to the media environment that's out there. You know, even for like the left, where it's like they're trying to have these conversations with people who have like some level of professional accolade, right? You know, like, yeah, it's whether you want to admit it or not, like, Pisco going on the Vanguard, kind of a big deal. Pisco talking to Crystal Ball, big fucking deal. Right? A lot of this shit. Pisco is doing the shit that Destiny wants to do. And yeah, right now, we are at the point where it's like he blocked Destiny. He had this blow off conversation with Connor, where he's just like, yeah, Connor, you just gotta not respond to these people. They're just getting in your way. Right? They're just getting in your fucking way. For me, it's like, no, this is good practice in, like, live A-logging and, you know, whatever, right? It works. So, yeah. That isn't how you pronounce pusillanimous? Pusillanimous. I'm trying to call somebody a pussy in not so many words, but yeah.
Perfect lip reading
Sometimes when
technique.
you have ADHD, it's really hard to modulate volume, right? Yeah. So it's like you like oscillate between like way too quiet and like way too loud. I do it too. I do it too. It's okay. Like you just get excited and it's like it's just really hard.
Hasan's doing everything Destiny wanted to do. Also drives a lot of the DGG stuff. No, I think at one point yes. So you have to, like, kind of drag yourself back to, like, COVID era Twitch poll, right? A short time after, like, the beginning of, like, COVID era Twitch poll, Hasan completely noped out of, like, Destiny sphere. He stopped interacting with people around Destiny, you know, for whatever fucking reason, right? He just did. And then he never really talked that much about Destiny until, like, 2024, when Dan targeted Twitch with his, the lies that he spread about, you know, Twitch and the platform, which ended up getting a lot of political ads and political streamers, losing, like, ad rate, losing a ton of fucking money, right? And it was at that point it shifted. Because when Hasan wasn't responding, they weren't like going like, they were still like saying, oh, he's a terrorist. Like they were bringing up the Nick Paulum, the Houthis like music video clip that Hasan played for Nick Paulum. And, you know, Hasan did interview that one like kid that seemed to be a pirate or some shit. Pisco is going to ask the Vanguard about a murder cover-up they alleged. That's may get heated. Oh, so the Shapiro stuff. Ooh. That's good. Pisco never got the Redact Dev sponsorship. Why not? Why would he? Yeah, the Houthi kid. You know, what was it? Tim Houthi Chalamet was the name, I believe. Was like the what they were calling the guy. That dude's like still trying to sue Ethan because apparently he got a lot of his like international passport stuff revoked because Ethan was like talking about him being a terrorist and shit. So it's odd. And you know, I think like Hasan definitely was, you know, going a little hard in the paint at that point in time, but I think people like getting this aggro about a lot of that shit was just like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like that mad about it. Like, if as I like look back at other things, and it's like, was that really all that fucking bad compared to like everything else that has occurred since then? Like, even just like, again, like the Destiny Israel trip, where he's like literally telling these kids like, hey, just make sure, like, you don't record yourself committing war crimes. Don't worry about the war crimes and shit. Just, like, you know, just don't tell them about it. You know? Like, that shit's got a unique flavor of, like, fucked up to it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really much that I can say other than that. So, like, he shucked his dog and stuff, and, yeah, dude, it's... All right, when does it start? What is it starting?
Anything but focus on fucking drama? What's wrong with you people?
Wait, what? Yeah,
fucking
it's
disgusting. Okay, better.
Yeah, it's just interesting. No shit. It's Saturday. I'm
they
not
could just ask
I don't
Vanguard themselves on their stream as well. Yeah, just ask on stream or tell me what the lie is, right? What is it with this unwillingness to just put in quotes the thing which is false? And if you want to say, well, it's an implied statement, then give me your best interpretation of the statement, which is the implied statement, and where you're getting that from. But this just like total inability to engage and like answer a basic fucking question where I don't even have an opinion about it. It's the first time I'm fucking seeing a clip. Right? I don't even have an opinion about you. I'm just trying to get the necessary information to do.
You know what's the fucked up thing? Pisco unironically could possibly pull Alishness out of DGG. And I don't think he wants to do that. I'm just saying that I think he probably could. You know, it's so cool he gets to farm DGGers all day. Dude, same.
Reasonable? It's not reasonable to ask, hey, what is the lie that you want me to ask about? That's unreasonable to ask. Check DMs. Mike Nellis, who was on Learn, at the center of a new DOJ subpoena about Judge Merchan. Oh. We'll check a little bit of that, huh? Mike Nellis.
Yo, Lex. Thank you for the 440 joules. Uncle alert.
T subpoena. Oh, maybe we'll read this after Vanguard.
If Pisco gives a good performance during this, I'll become a member. I need to remember to do that offline. I do not want to subscribe to Pisco online.
Maybe we'll read this.
I need to give him my like Twitch Prime, I think.
Maybe we'll read it.
Do you want Alish representing your community?
Right.
No. Personally, no, but I mean, it's probably fine for Pisco.
Give me a sec. Yeah, he's here? What do you mean he's here? Oh, you're here. Yeah, what up? All right. folks, the Marco Rubio playlist. Yo, that was, we all are just gonna like glance over the fact that the Marco Rubio interview was crazy on the Katie Miller podcast. We're just gonna glance over that. People need to know that Trump is bad. True, they do. True. All right, folks. Let me just have a second. Yo, what up, Conduit? What up, brother? What's up, brother?
I just don't know how he stays friendly.
Let me
with some of
know
these people,
if
man.
after the
Drives me
Vanguard
insane.
convo, if you want to talk to me, you can come on.
Oh, awesome.
I know we've been putting it off for a little bit, so. Shake it up, baby.
Oh, apparently
Shake
Al is
it
just
up,
talking
baby.
to Connor tonight.
The line is earlier they said they won't ever talk to Loner Box, implying that he isn't the
Katie Miller podcast is Snark Central content. It's pretty alright. I will say this, it's pretty alright. If I'm gonna be like real with you, it's pretty okay. We did some streams about it, like I feel like a year ago, and just they kind of drifted off. I feel like it just kind of drifted, like pretty early, you know. Anyways, so what is Vanguard doing? They're watching this. Let's listen.
And
to this
said, yeah,
a
I'll
little bit.
probably vote for Gavin Newsom if he's the nominee, and it's Newsom versus Vance. But that's Destiny's whole beef with Hasan and the Hasan left, because people that are on the Hasan left didn't condemn Hasan hard enough for making that statement. But here he is basically saying the same shit, which is that if the Democratic nominee isn't someone that I support, I might not vote for them. And he goes even farther than Hasan to say that not only will I not vote for that person, but I'm going to support the Republican. I'm going to support J.D. Vance. I would prefer J.D. Vance over the Green New Deal, over what AOC and Zohran Mamdani represent. And he's being confronted by Pisco, Josiah, and others on this.
So, like, Ali, when it comes to Katie Miller podcast, right? So, this shit was cool, but there's only one part that matters.
You've been one of the toughest voices on Cuba.
All right, there's only like one part that matters, and it's like right at the end of the podcast where she just asks like lay Reddit questions, right? Yeah, dream dinner party and guest Maha hot takes. Like,
I assume you haven't adopted RFK's diet.
Here you go.
You both answer. Would you rather survive a hurricane with no plumbing and electricity, or Disney World during spring break?
The hurricane. And Disney World almost at any time at this point, because we haven't been to Disney in probably
Oh my
over
gosh,
a
for a
decade
long
and
time,
half.
yeah.
But it's just not only is it expensive. This is not an anti-Disney thing, but it's not.
It's
not
too
only
expensive.
is it expensive, but
It's
just
too expensive.
in the spring with a lot of people, and then it's hot on top of that, and everyone. I remember the era in Disney World.
I'm a little loser, and I don't want to be around people, man. I'm kind of antisocial, dude.
Everyone was cheating on the fast pass. Remember?
From the paper ones?
Yeah.
They're just bitching about. Okay, yes, this is the only good part of the podcast experience. Okay, this is the only fucking good part. The hurricane. Yeah. Do you want to live through like a traumatic life event, or do you want to go to Disney World, dude?
So not only that, but everybody had social anxiety, so they couldn't make the line, and they were gaming this whole system where everybody was getting. I knew people that were doing this, and there was like you would get a note from a doctor, and they'd give you this little pass, and so all of a sudden you see like half the crowd is in the line that doesn't have to make the wait because they
And it
have
would drive them
social
crazy.
anxiety, and I'm like, come on, I mean we're in a nation of lunatics if you think about it, and so now I think they've cracked down on that.
No, but
Hurricanes aren't traumatic life events. Are you stoned? What's wrong with you?
it's extremely expensive to take your family nowadays, I think, to Disney World. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, the food, everything.
Now that's that hurricanes aren't pleasant either, but that just tells you how unpleasant
Well, you can
the
always
Disney
leave,
experience can be.
right, when there's a hurricane. Because
Yeah, well, guess what, man? Rape is a traumatic life event, but for 99.9999999% of the population, an individual rape is not a traumatic experience. In fact, for one other person that exists, they may enjoy themselves. It's still bad. Hurricanes, even if it kills like one person, it's still bad. Okay, do you want to get hard or do you want to go to Disneyland? Marco Rubio, yeah. I'd rather get hard, dude.
we know ahead of time.
You can.
Would you rather accidentally call a world leader by the wrong name or get caught on camera awkwardly waving at someone who isn't waving at you?
To Slotkin and
I would
Me?
say the
That's for
waving.
me, right?
I would
Because
say
she
the
doesn't
waving.
talk to. Well, yeah. So I think
Exactly, no,
because
that would
look,
be you.
waving at someone who's not waving at you. Neither one is, but you can spin your way out of both of them. The waving a person who's not waving at you, which you could just say, "What are you talking about?"
I would
It's the
prefer
guy
that
standing right behind him. But the world leader one is, even if you call them the wrong name, it depends. Like, is it close? Or is it far? If it's far, you would say, "Oh, I'm sorry." You know,
I would think
don't
that
know.
was more embarrassing.
Yeah, that'd be more embarrassing.
Yeah.
If it was public, it would be more embarrassing. Yeah.
Would you rather have control over the thermostat or the remote?
Oh my gosh, we fight for the remote all the time. Because I'll be watching something and he'll just come get the remote and change it.
What's the ideal temperature?
Depends. Daytime or night?
70. I would say 70.
So the science says you should look this up.
Well, the sleeping is different than
68
during the day.
degrees is the best sleeping temperature, according to the science.
Okay.
And some interview Tom Brady did. So, but during the day you can't keep it at 68.
70. 70 is in the middle.
71,
70
yeah.
between
Depends on the
70 and
humidity.
73.
Depends on the humidity.
70 and 73. In the
Like, why do I feel like that's just like a cold temperature to keep your house at all the time?
day.
Would you rather give up Cuban coffee forever or the Miami Dolphins never win another Super Bowl?
I would say Cuban coffee. You would say, and that's what you would say.
I would rather give up Cuban coffee
Yeah.
forever. Yeah. But there's other forms of caffeine. There's no substitute for a trophy. You know.
Would you rather relive your first year of marriage or relive the years your kids were toddlers?
Oh my gosh, relive my kids were toddlers.
But we didn't really have we didn't have our first. We had our first child in April of 2000.
It just
April of 2000.
2000.
And we were married in October of '98. So, yeah, there wasn't a lot of time
I would
in
say
between.
toddlers, honestly, because it goes by so
Yeah.
fast. I mean, I can't look at their pictures or even listen to their voices, which I always say record or video, without crying, just because it goes by so fast.
Yeah.
Now we're in the section where you're going to only answer with that of another cabinet secretary.
Okay.
Who do you think is the funniest?
In the whole cabinet? I think there's three finalists. I have to say three. So I think the vice president is funny. Everybody's got their own style.
Okay.
I think the vice president can be very funny. I think Besant, in his own way, can be very funny. And I mean in his own way. He's got a different type of way of presentation. And I think Bobby Kennedy is very funny. Bobby has some...
Oh, you told me about this. I saw that you asked a question and Marco Rubio said that I was very funny. That was very cool. I thank you for that, Katie.
One of the greatest stories you'll ever hear. It's unbelievable, stories that he'll tell. And you listen to these stories and they're like, that didn't really happen. Oh, no,
Let's
but
go
it
on.
did. And
Thank God. Let's go. All right. Ableism, I do not fucking care.
Yeah, I'm going to bump your mic up just a little bit, Pisco. You sound a bit quiet,
Alrighty.
so I'm going to bump that up on our end just a tad. Let us know, Chad, if the audio levels sound good. But yeah, we're super excited to chat with Pisco. Again, sorry to introduce you in that way with a bunch of people screaming and calling you a Nazi and an autistic retard and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, we don't agree with that analysis, but I just wanted to, give our audience.
That's awesome, bro. That's so evil.
It's a little
man.
bit of the insight into the insane drama that's been popping off. I just can't believe how almost like abusive Destiny has, like in an almost abusive way that he's been treating you over a simple disagreement, saying that you're anti-Semitic, even though there's no evidence to support that. Can you just explain to our audience how this all started and what your fundamental disagreement with Steven is?
Yeah, so like I would much rather have it be about the substance, honestly, and like the personalities to me are much less interesting. And I think this all kind of comes out of a discussion that the whole country is having about the future of the Democratic Party, and where we're seeing sort of movement in both, exciting moderate wins in Democratic primaries, but also exciting wins for more left-wing candidates, and a discussion about like where the lines are in terms of what the party represents, and should we accept certain people in part of the quote-unquote Democratic tent. And I think that there is a feeling of resentment among many liberals, and I include myself among them in some moments, that like there wasn't sufficient support for previous candidates in previous elections from, for example, individuals of the DSA who didn't endorse. And that feeling of resentment, I think, is causing some people to do an irrational action, which is to, consider not endorsing DSA candidates who win their primaries for general elections against like MAGA traitors who try to overthrow our democracy. And that, I think, has spurred additional conversations about like the influencer space and a lot of drama involved in like personalities, ranging from Kyle Kalinske to Hasan Piker. And of course, the liberal media influencers who criticize those figures. And so it's all out of a cauldron of that kind of like controversy. And unfortunately, it has to go into like these places where we're having accusations of anti-Semitism. But I think it's rooted in something real that's happening in the country and with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And, we played that clip of Destiny basically saying that you would have been a Nazi had you been alive during World War II. It seems to be as a result of a total crash out after you, Josiah, and others pointed out the hypocrisy of Destiny after he's, routinely scolded Hasan for not, potentially supporting Gavin Newsom as a potential nominee in the future in 2028. But then here's what Destiny had to say when he was confronted about potentially supporting AOC. Let's play this just so everyone is up to date on where Destiny stands.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? And that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. Mm-hmm. So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything. So he might be like, that might just be like way too far fucking gone. But I don't know for AOC, like, I just don't know with any of these people now, like, given your opportunity to like abolish all private enterprise, and if the people backing you were for it, I don't know what her answer would be there. I'm not sure. I don't know at this point. I'm not sure. But the problem is that since these people
I'm willing to take my chances with AOC.
Sure.
I can't unsee AOC injecting the egg freeze medication. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, people do that shit. I don't give a fuck. Literally could not give a fuck at all. Like,
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Medicine good. Medicine good. I'm sorry, but like, we should be fucking like talking about how fucking awesome medicine is that we can do shit like that. You know?
I mean, like, I probably would, but it's a coin flip. Like, it's not like a 90-10.
We ain't getting mad at like 60-year-olds knocking up fucking 24-year-olds and shit, man. Like, men. You know?
That's like a 55-45. Like, the problem is when nobody has the ability to say no.
A 55-45. So, I mean, what explains that? This guy seemingly is the most loyal Democrat ever. His whole shtick is like punishing people who aren't loyal enough to the Democratic nominee, even if it's not someone that they prefer. But here he is basically saying, just like Hasan said about Gavin Newsom, that if it's not my candidate, hell, I might not support the Democratic nominee. And he actually takes it a step farther than Hasan ever took it, which is to say that not only will I not support that person, but I could support the Republican. Hasan never said that. Hasan would never vote for the Republican. How does Destiny arrive at that point of just unmitigated, blatant hypocrisy?
So I think that it's absolutely crazy thing to say, for sure. And I obviously disagree with both Hasan and Destiny in those various clips. I think it's an obvious call when it comes to JD Vance versus Newsom. You go with Newsom. Look at what they're doing with all of the different schemes that they have going on, the slush fund, the corrupt prosecutions, the corrupt subpoenas, all that stuff. Like, we cannot let that go. We need to punish these people who are trying to turn our country into a piggy bank for their corrupt oligarch friends. And so absolutely, I disagree with Hasan on that, and I disagree with Steven on it. Where is it coming from? It's coming, I think, from
I think it's like he is literally doing and Hasan, which is fine. You know, it's fine. It's just, man, it's just, you don't have to do that all the time. Like, you can just like talk about the guy before you. Like, one day, Pisco will break. All right, and he'll just like realize, oh, I don't have to like qualify my statements here. wow, that's fucking awesome. Right?
Real feeling of resentment. This is the feeling of resentment. And I'll give you an example that happened in I know this is all very online and social media. I said, for example, the minute that El Sayed won, who I did endorse in the primary.
He's trying to get away from making the shit on Destiny Hour. Well, no, but that's the thing. He literally went on to a show called Joins to Respond to the Destiny Crash Out. I'm sure he knew what he was getting himself into. Right? He's who cares about substance, and if you hear about substance, there's a lot to disagree with Hasan about if you're the kind of guy Pisco is.
That we all need to rally behind El Sayed. Everyone needs to support them. And thank.
It's also the same as having to say Israel bad, but also Hamas. Yes. Yeah, it's just why I hate this. I hate the statement qualification shit. It's just let's just water down everything, right?
Thankfully, Haley Stevens came out, embraced El Sayed.
If you think I support fucking Hamas, unironically support Hamas, and because I'm saying Israel's bad, then again, where are we even at to begin with?
Everyone fell in line to support the candidate there. And thankfully, that also happened with the crowd.
Right, but he wants to talk about the substance of what Destiny is saying, rather than talk about his personal hypocrisy, considering the history. Well, yeah, I mean, it is definitely starting this an actual meaningful place, but...
Probably race in Wisconsin.
I'm not giving that an answer anymore.
And you saw Francisco Hong immediately get in line to support the Democratic candidate. But we will see, by we, I mean people on the liberal left, will see people in replies. For example, I'll give you an example. Mike from PA, who cynically, underneath an endorsement response or something, will say, vote blue no matter who, winky face. And we remember the glee with which some of these people would flout their lack of support for Kamala Harris. We remember the degree to which it was begging. Again, I don't think it's most of the voters, right? I think most of the voters showed up for Kamala. If you look at the actual, statistics, I don't think that the left cost Kamala the election, but a lot of these influencers do these very cynical attacks and don't embrace the lesser of two evils when it's destruction on the other end, when it's mass corruption on the other end. And so I do think it's irrational. I do think it's a wrong statement to make, but I think it's coming from this feeling of genuine resentment with some influencers who truly are being cynical.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that you bring that up because I can relate to that in the sense that, obviously, I've only ever voted for Democrats in my entire life. I think we've talked about that 2016, 2020, 2024. I have a perfect record when it comes to that. So I consider myself to be a Democrat, just the far left flank of the party. But I also can totally understand the resentment that people felt in the aftermath of Hillary Clinton, where it was hey, yeah, you just told everybody that supported Bernie Sanders that we were a bunch of sexist pigs. Here I am, 18-year-old kid, really interested in politics. Bernie Sanders is talking about free college. I'm a young guy, I can't afford college, right? Really resonated with me. So I become interested in politics that way. And then you see all of the things that the mainstream party is saying about you as a young man who supports Bernie Sanders. And you do start to become a little resentful. It's oh, you think that, this was about bigotry. This was about, not being able to get behind a woman candidate when I was fully prepared and did vote for Hillary Clinton in the general election, right? So I feel like there's a level of almost a perfect foil to each of those situations where each people on one side of the political aisle can understand those feelings. And I feel like those are legitimate feelings, right? And so at this point forward, it's all about how can we mend fences and understand that, these brutal primaries, they're about iron sharpening iron, right? We can't have a MAGA election denier in Wisconsin, no matter how badly I wanted Francesca Hong to win. We can't have the Senate, is going to be too close for us to play any games about Michigan or things like that.
This is the thing. It's just you really press on these issues and you get these really obvious fucking boring as fuck answers. Right? Whenever it's you talk, I hate it. Whenever I watch these, I want this to be fucking violent. I want them to be nah, man, all right, kill all the Democrats. I want them to go nuts. I want them to go crazy. All right, but they're not going fucking crazy style, and it's fucked up. It's really, really fucked up. These people always get hyped up as literal fucking demons by Destiny and everybody fucking else, and it's just yeah, there just seem to be two stone dudes. They're just hanging out. One of them kind of looks like Non-Fawn.
So I think that's where people who are on, you might feel more or less positively about socialism and these ideas that Gavin and I are into. But I feel like the unity comes from the fact that, like, okay, the primaries are over. Like, we have to get our...
Like, Pisco is literally, like, the left's good liberal. And it's, like, kind of cool, man.
Ducks in a row because we need a blue wave to come in November for all of us.
Like, it's just crazy that a unity message is like the thing that will continue to push Pisco forward. And it's literally the opposite of the politics of resentment that DG has embodied for years upon years.
100%. And I just want to say, I think it's so great that you guys have come out and said that, that Crowley's lesser two evils, that he should be supported in the general election.
There are a couple of rich kids from Johnson County, Kansas. I don't take them seriously at all. I think that at the end of the day, they've got 1,000 viewers watching this. I think they're probably more serious than IRI at that point. Like, you probably should, like, scale that stuff up a little bit. But, I think that, yeah, you kind of are forced to, right?
And
whether you agree with them or not. Unity is division, friends are enemies, peace is war.
To be clear,
right?
It's not always the case that I personally will nominate the quote-unquote more moderate centrist candidate or endorse in the primary. I endorsed Mamdani in the primary before he was seen as like the presumptive candidate against Cuomo. I endorsed El Sayed over Stevens and over McMorrow during the primary. And so I think that there's honestly a great deal of overlap in most things regarding like these two polarities in the Democratic Party. I think that there's a lot more that unites us than separates us. The unfortunate thing, though, is when failures by particular candidates, when it comes to messaging, you mentioned Hillary Clinton, or when personalities online get us to forget about that for a little bit. And then in some of the conversations, it's really unfortunate, guys. Like, I've had conversations where people have said, maybe it is the lesser of two evils to vote for Mike Rogers. Maybe it is a lesser of two evils to vote for Tom Tiffany in Wisconsin, forgetting about the fact that Wisconsin.
You've had those conversations with leftists,
with liberals. I'm not to name names right now, but like I've had those conversations with liberals.
Fucking Alish, man, dude.
Who?
That's awesome.
I honestly don't, and I've had them with leftists before. In 2024, right? And I see a kind of like parallel of that. And what I just want is a consistent through line, which is, listen, we're in an emergency situation and you might not get your ideal candidate. And hell, you might not get it in 2028 for the presidency, but this is a clear and present danger. I'm glad that y'all are recognizing that. And also people like Kyle and Crystal have come back and said, to their great credit, that they should have been more vocal in support of Kamala in 2024. And I really respect that. And they've said that they would drag or Kyle at least, I don't think Crystal said this, drag his balls across broken glass to vote for like even Joe Manchin.
Ooh, Pisco transvestigating now. Not great. Not fucking great. That's a bridge too far if you ask me.
And so I'm really excited. I want to fucking win in 2026. I want to win in 2028. And that's what we should be focused on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're totally right about all these liberals who have been beating the vote blue no matter who drum their whole life because it's always their candidates that they're asking us to vote for, right? All of a sudden, these people are turning around. I think it was James Carville, maybe it was Joe Scarborough. He was like, you guys, why are you even running as Democrats? Start your own party if you don't want to, embrace the neoliberal Clinton, Biden, Obama version of the Democratic Party. If you don't like that, then start your own party. It's like, what? This whole time you've been telling us to vote blue no matter who. It's just now that candidates that don't represent your stale neoliberal ideology, now that they're getting momentum, now you want to flip the script and all of a sudden talking about how we should start a third party? What? That's completely ridiculous. And also, I'm interested in your opinion on the impact and the effect of this online media space, whatever you want to call it. It's, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, podcasters like ourselves, podcasters like yourself, Josiah, and even Destiny, because this was another crazy clip. We don't even have to listen to it because I think we've heard enough of Destiny. But, at this point in a discussion he was having, he was saying that if Abdul El Sayed loses the Senate race to Mike Rogers, it would be your fault and Pisco and Josiah's fault.
I'm gonna be honest. It seems like they would have just played this, but it is pretty clear that Pisco wants to talk about broader issues here. All right, and like again, the focus to be able to just actually do that when it's like, yeah, you could just fucking drama bait the ever loving fuck out of this. It's nice to see. It is nice. He is just, he's like the fucking best liberal out there, and it sucks, man.
Because you were too fucking scared to have any criticism for these far left people, which to me just shows that Destiny has totally lost the plot. Like, if Dr. Abdul El-Sayed loses, if any Democrat loses, it's not your fault. It's not Josiah's fault. I mean, you have a YouTube channel with 30,000 subscribers. I think you probably have even more if you combine your Twitch followers, obviously. But these are
modest.
like, yeah, we're all like fairly a blip on the radar, honestly, when it comes to the media at large, and who's actually influencing voters. I just think it's wild to be blaming your colleagues in online left-wing media or liberal media for candidates winning or losing, when in reality, we're not even supposed to be propagandists. It's not like our job is to come out here and enlist our voters to register to vote and vote here and vote there. Like, that's not really our job. We're supposed to be political analysts, pundits, people that talk about our opinions. We're not on the payroll of the Democratic Party. At least Zach and I aren't. So for one, it's stupid for that reason. We're allowed to have opinions. We're allowed to hash out disagreements. We're allowed to say things that might not be 100% the most helpful piece of propaganda ever for the Democratic Party, regardless of which faction of the Democratic Party you're from. So what's your response to that? And do you think that accounts like ours and conversations like this, do you think it really even matters that much ultimately when it comes to this stuff?
So I don't have a strong intuition about like the direct effect that influencers have on voting trends, right? That seems like an empirical question that like I don't have a strong notion.
He said the line, empirical. He's entering Pisco mode, man. Let's go, dude. The problem is they're not going to loop on it, and they're like, oh, okay.
About like my intuition is just having left-wing political accounts in general will activate people politically, regardless of, even if you have bad faith criticisms of Democrats. If you're coming at it from the left, my prior, and again, this is not backed up by data, is it will give more eyes towards the Trump coverage, towards the corruption, and all else equal will motivate people to vote, and left-wing people tend to vote for the more left-wing candidate. I mean, that is just conjecture, and it's just a story, but I don't really know the empirical data there. That's just my intuition. As for, you mentioned the Carville situation, real quick on that, there is a big sort of battle over a question of institutional competency, which is who decides what the lines are for the Democratic Party. I think we can all agree that there should be lines when it comes to the Democratic Party, but who gets to decide those lines? Is it the voters, or is it Ken Martin? Or is it Chuck Schumer? And I think as a Democratic Party, regardless of whether there should be lines, that's not the question. There should be, right? I think the Democratic primary voter, should decide what those lines are. And that's who I think should be deciding like these contests and what's okay, what's not okay, not James Carville. Specifically on the Destiny point, listen, I am not inclined right now to be charitable in terms of what he's saying there about Josiah and me being like causing elections. I mean, he called me an anti-Semite. I think that's like a crazy accusation. And I think it's a totally bad faith reading and frankly a lie based on like what I was saying in these many debates that I was having.
We've talked to you a million times and I've seen a lot of your content. Don't hold that in your heart if that's something that weighs.
Yeah, man, you can chill, dude. It's cool. Pisco. He's not in the room with you right now. He's not here. Pisco, you're safe now. You're safe, buddy. He's gonna start crying. Yeah, man, it's so nice. It freaks. Yeah,
I know, but to be charitable, I think what he's trying to say is like it's that kind of type. It's this a liberal opening the door for this lefty type and not pushing back enough. Let me give you an example, right? So we talked last time about
this is like a good way to get like people rapeable, though. If you think about it, like that's gonna be the way that this gets framed by the extreme dishonest actors. Right? Is that, oh my God, look at them just glazing Pisco and, telling me it's okay. And, he doesn't have to be scared of big bad Destiny anymore. Right? Like, that framing is going to be out there. And it's so cool. He just called it a lie. Yeah, it is.
Josh Shapiro. And whether in malice or whether in good faith, listen, the murder quote unquote cover up of this woman who was killed into Ellen Greenberg, right? That situation, there's a lot of bizarre facts there, but having done research now, coming back at it, there is just not even a murder there. There is not a murder there. There is not any evidence for a murder cover up. And so you might believe that, but when I look at the facts there, right, and I see what's going on, and someone hears that, you can understand why people would take that against y'all, and people would take that against some of these influencers and be like, why aren't you pushing back hard enough? They're attacking our candidates for bullshit reasons, right? Now, I'm not saying that you're lying about the Josh Shapiro thing. We might have a disagreement there, but I do think that those kinds of incidents, and when you have, I think, genuine bad faith actors, like, I'm just going to come and say that.
He did kind of, he should have actually, like, let them respond a little bit earlier, I think, you know, rather than lathering this on. But again, it's a very good, neutral, calm tone that I think is why he does end up connecting with a lot of these more left commie like people, you know? So.
People like Mike from PA who are being incredibly cynical. It causes that like sort of rise in tension, rise in anger.
Yeah, as far as the Ellen Greenberg thing, I'm not a lawyer. I know you are, and you've probably looked into the case much more than I have. What I will tell you is that I think the Republican Party would have a field day making him look like a sympathizer to a serial killer.
But we got to defend him if he's a nominee, man. I mean, like, because there's no murder there. I mean, like, I went through the...
if he's the nominee, then maybe I'll do some more research and you know, defend him or whatever. But right now, you know, he's not. The primary hasn't even started, and yeah,
I hear you. He's not my preferred candidate either. I think John Ossoff, even though he's a moderate, is looking good. I like AOC. I've always been a fan of AOC. So you know, I'm keeping my options open. And Shapiro right now is not my preferred candidate. But yeah, like, this is the kind of thing where when there's bullshit attacks from MAGA, and this applies, by the way, too, when they're attacking lefties in a bad faith way, which they often do, the Republicans. I think that there's a feeling of like there should be solidarity. We should bandy around against the bad faith attacks. That said, to your point, we should not just be shills. I will not be a shill for the Democratic Party all the time. I think it was corrupt, even though it's, you know, not that unpopular, for Biden to pardon his son. I thought that that was corrupt, and I have reasons for that, and I'm going to call it out. And I don't think that the issue is about calling out Democrats. I think you should criticize everyone who's doing bad things. I think it's about the nature of the criticism and these kind of like accusations of hypocrisy and bad faith.
Yeah, I think it was corrupt that Biden did that too, and I think it was totally fucking justified. Yeah, I think his son got way too much shit. Yeah.
That's what I think the big issue is.
Yeah, and just on the Josh Shapiro thing, I mean, personally, my biggest issue with Josh Shapiro is his position on Israel and Zionism, the fact that he literally volunteered.
Like, I think that, like, every day, every month that goes by, we're seeing, like, the Trump administration go after more and more individuals who are merely critical. Merely critical. No meaningfully violent. No meaningfully anything. Just merely critical of the administration. And I just think at the time, I was like, yeah, this is happening. Yeah, they're going to kill his son. All right, you know, yeah. That's where I was then. I'm going to stay there. Is it corrupt? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Sometimes, do you sometimes have to, like, kill somebody to, like, you know, solve an issue? Yeah. Life sucks, man. I don't know if Destiny did this, but the Vanguard embed is not working on Destiny's site. Interesting. Huh.
For the fucking IDF at one point in his life. That's my issue with him. I think when I personally talk about the you know, the Ellen Greenberg stuff, it is more because I know it'll be used against him as a very successful tactic by the right wing. To Zach's point, you know, I also haven't done a ton of research on it, but that's my real issue with Josh Shapiro. We can talk more about that if you want, but ultimately, I think that it's just a little bit crazy that Destiny expects people like,
and it is like crazy. He literally just backed them down on that take, and they're just like, yeah, all right, we'll look at it more. You know, we like you. It flies in defiance of the characterization of these individuals that I think is perpetuated in the DGG sphere. I think there is a lot of harm Pisco is doing just by having these conversations to that sphere. You know?
you to straight up be a shill for the Democratic Party, that he'll attack Crystal Ball for doing like a tough interview of a sitting congresswoman or sitting senator. You know, like, it's just isn't that the job of a journalist, to ask tough questions? If the candidate doesn't have a good response, if they're not able to handle themselves in a tough interview, then that's their fault, not the candidate's fault. Like, I think tough interviews of politicians should be the standard, regardless if it's someone you disagree with or not. You know, they've had tough interviews with Ro Khanna, someone who's more on the progressive left than Alyssa Slotkin. I think that when it comes to a show like Breaking Points, they try to take that responsibility seriously and say, hey, if we're going to have someone who's in power on our show, we're going to ask them tough questions. Our job is not to be a propagandist. And I think that ultimately that's what separates, you know, a lot of channels like theirs and channels like ours from a lot of these channels that do consider themselves Democratic shills, that literally do take money from Chorus and are on a, you know, payroll of dark money, which exists to keep them as shills for the Democratic Party, to keep them from pushing back and asking those tough questions of the representatives of the Democratic establishment, whether that's Alyssa Slotkin or Pete Buttigieg or Mark Kelly or whatever. So I'd be interested in your response to that. Do you think that the whole Chorus crowd, do you think that they that is their mission, as it seems to be to me?
I think you're breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, I can hear you. Are we actually breaking up?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, is this a? Oh, I thought you were kidding because he asked.
I think we're losing you right now.
No.
How about now? Testing 1 2 3.
Hello, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
All right, I'm just gonna talk, and I think I heard part of your question.
Okay, we were asking about Chorus and.
All right, sorry, I'm in Japan. I don't know if it's causing a problem.
It's all good. Do you want to leave and come back in?
Hang on a second. I'll try to refresh. Just give me a second, all right?
Sure. No worries. At first, I thought he was doing a bit. Can you hear me now?
No. How about now? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Right, I'm going to refresh.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear him just fine. Chat, can you guys hear him? Let's check on that.
Yeah.
Convenient timing for Pisco. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
we really enjoy the conversations with Pisco. I do think he's, you know, honest, and even though we disagree with him on a lot of the stuff, for example, Josh Shapiro, apparently, you know, I think that he's Hello?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Okay,
all right.
Sick.
Did you
Sorry
hear my question,
that.
Pisco, or do you need me to?
Why don't you repeat the end of it? So you had mentioned Chorus, you'd mentioned Josh Shapiro volunteering for the IDF, and then this notion of like being a shill and doing like shill interviews. And so maybe just finish that up with your question.
Yeah. So I was just saying that, you know, I think when it comes to a show like Breaking Points, or when it comes to a show like ours, we're always going to be honest about our political opinions. You know, as Zach said, he's voted for Democrats every time. As I said, I'll vote for Gavin Newsom if he's the nominee. But I don't view my job I don't view my position in Democratic online media to be a propagandist or a shill for the Democratic Party. And I do think that's what separates a show like ours, a show like Breaking Points, from a show like Destiny or one of these many Chorus-funded outlets that do seem to see themselves as propagandists for the Democratic.
It is like, can we just talk about how like he is reading something off, right? Because, like, he is just, like, actually repeating the question. It's pretty well done.
Party is shills for the Democratic Party. Now, you can defend that and say, well, we need more shills because the Republican Party has dark money funded shills, so we need shills too. That's a fair position, but do you think that's a legitimate distinction to mention?
Like, you're absolutely right in the following sense. I don't think that you should just be a shill, especially if you are trying to make your name as like independent media from like a news perspective. And I know you guys were getting into it with Glenn Greenwald. I saw before the show. I don't know what he was.
He said Marjorie Taylor Greene was able to see who AOC was long before anyone else. And
I mean, that's crazy.
I said it was a humiliating take, and I didn't even tag him, and he has like 18 months worth of like fucking bullshit built up about me, and he wants to like spiel about how I got a haircut and I have tattoos and
what? I'm sorry, I just got
lost. That's a fair position, but do you think that's a legitimate distinction to mention?
Like, you're absolutely right in the following sense. I don't think that you should just be a shill, especially if you are trying to make your name as like independent media from like a news perspective. And I know you guys were getting into it with Glenn Greenwald. I saw before the show. I don't know what he was.
He said Marjorie Taylor Greene was able to see who AOC was long before anyone else.
And I mean, that's crazy.
I said it was a humiliating take, and I didn't even tag him. And he has like 18 months worth of like fucking bullshit built up about me, and he wants to like spiel about how I got a haircut and I have tattoos and whatever the fuck now, because he wants.
That's the worst shit of it.
Yeah.
Like the worst shit of it is like when we're propping up Marjorie Taylor Greene, propping up people like Tucker Carlson, who are, in my views, traitors to this country. Even if occasionally you have like a good take from one of these types of people, or like even a good take sometimes from Fuentes, who I totally can.
Yeah, I understand they wrote the questions down. It's just they're really good. It has like a good flow to it. It's like it feels kind of natural for an interview, Yeah.
Them in every respect. Other than that, it's not enough, I think, to you need to make a distinction between these types of people. And I just think it's totally fucked up for people to call you out for just recognizing what's obvious and clear. That is to say that like someone like AOC would be much preferable to what the Republicans have on offer. That doesn't make you a shill. What does make you a shill is kind of like unquestioningly repeating talking points and never questioning your own side. And that's crucially, though, not, I think, established just because you're part of this Chorus incubator program. I want to stress that. In that sort of situation, I agree.
Do you know is Destiny associated with Chorus?
I don't think so. No. I don't think he's associated with that at all.
He's not.
I look at people's conduct, right? So, for example, when you go and look at individuals like Benny Johnson, right? Has he ever given a critical thought towards his own side or to Trump? No, right? And some of these folks on Chorus, I know they have. I know that Brian Tyler
but they had to agree not to criticize him over Gaza. They have to agree to reach out if they're going to.
That's not there. This is why people get upset.
No,
because that's not in the contract.
Okay, that's not in the contract. You're right. There was a whistleblower who was a former producer of David Pakman who shared that information. What's in the contract is that they have to reach out to their Chorus advisors before they can interview a politician, before they can call out another creator.
Yeah, but he's just going to say these things aren't aligned. There is bad with it regardless. And a part of that is not knowing where the funding that the DNC is putting is going.
That's a part of the Chorus program. That is in it. And that's in the Wired piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote. And I have a million criticisms and disagreements of some of the things that Taylor Lorenz has said. But that piece was bang up, and David Pakman and others threatened to sue Condé Nast and Taylor Lorenz over it. They made no motions over that because they couldn't, because it was a rock solid piece.
Listen, people go at that article for the wrong reasons and will conflate things that they see on social media with what's in the article itself. I have my own problems with that article, and I think that a lot of people go about it the wrong way. In general, sort of in broad strokes, I think the frustration is some of these memes, these like anti-liberal memes. Listen, sometimes liberals deserve criticism. It's true, right? Biden deserves criticism. A lot of liberal Democrats deserve criticism. When you have people who are like not voting sufficiently against the Iran war, or in my view, voting to continue funding Israel after their atrocious conduct with respect to this war, or hell, even with fucking Gaza, that is a big problem. And when you have people, for example, voting to condemn Kamala Harris as the border czar, I mean, this is all fucked up and good reasons to criticize liberals. The bad reasons, though, are in these cases where it's like, okay, the IDF thing with Josh Shapiro. Yes, Josh Shapiro himself, I think, inflated that he was doing work with the IDF. When you look,
inflate. I'm not playing the Owlish edit. Okay. I'm not doing the Owlish edit. I like how everyone just peaks their audio now. Well, yeah, you kind of have to.
Into it turns out,
or like political shit. Like, yeah, it's like sonically, political shit sucks. Right?
Not really working for the IDF. He's like working for an organization that goes on a base. And it's these kind of moments where some people in genuine, sincere, although some not sincere and genuine, can get the wrong impression from Josh Shapiro's own words, or let's say a Chorus member's false account of their own contract. People can view that as bad faith. And then once they assume bad faith, now they're saying crazy shit like, fuck all these people, we prefer to have a MAGA governor. And so I don't think it's rational, right? I think we all agree what's rational is...
I don't know. Who's saying that? Like, can you point to anybody who's saying that?
Yeah.
I can't.
There are individuals, you just said, right, that Josh Shapiro volunteered for the IDF. Now,
well, yeah, but we aren't saying that we should have a MAGA governor. I feel like you're taking a leap there.
No. What I'm telling you is I'm trying to explain what I think is irrationality on the behalf of some of these people who are
I mean,
considering
I think it's
like
fair to talk
sitting-
about Josh Shapiro is not my cup of tea.
No, that's
2 years
fair, right?
before, you know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
would say
well,
that his instinct to portray himself as a collaborator to the
that should
IDF,
absolutely 100%. Yes.
So I feel like that's kind of on him. You know what I'm saying?
No, it absolutely is part of his responsibility as well. No doubt about that, and it should be considered. And I don't have a problem with you if Josh Shapiro were on the ticket, a week before the election and he said some crazy shit and you guys want to call it out. That's all good. That's all fair, right? I think this is much more discreet and limited than a lot of people think. I think the overlap on policy agreement is much more there, especially among the base on some of these issues that we talk about, like the Iran war or prices or healthcare. There's a great deal of overlap in terms of the different parts of the.
So I think that like the reason why this is gonna miss, like every time, it's like who is saying this? Right? We're not saying this. Like, they're like saying, yeah, we know about the IDF stuff. We know about the murder stuff. We'd obviously vote for that guy over a Republican. And, like, this stuff just doesn't work when you do have the idea core of, like, the Obama first-timers, Bernie first-timers, like, people that, that's their first chance to get into politics. They volunteer and shit. They get involved. And then you hate Republicans for the rest of your fucking life. Right? You hate them. They are a vile scourge to your being. Okay? And it's like, this shit feels like it's the most annoying shit ever for me to hear this. And again, as I'm listening to them, they're like, yeah, we would only ever vote for Democrats. I'm saying, like, I don't portray myself a communist. I don't think myself a communist. I have things I like about it. But at the end of it, it's just like, yeah, that's just not gonna happen, right? Unfortunately. I think that fully automated gay space communism is the preferred mode of existence, right? And that's just it. It's like, these guys, I do see that. I do see the kind of, like, similarities, I guess. It's just like 8 years displaced. That's like something that is always going to be weird about me looking at a lot of this political shit, is knowing that I am like 8 years displaced and that the Bernie energy versus like the Obama energy. The Obama energy was fucking insane, man. I've had a commie phase in my 20s. I go through a commie phase like every like 2 to 3 months. Okay. I don't want to like say I have like a necessary antithesis to it. I just think that, like, I don't know. I think people could do it, but it is like, it does require reprogramming. And that's, I don't even know, because I feel that parts of like, even just our coding about like, oh, I have received this thing. Now I get serotonin. I think Capital does a good job with that, in like extreme lenses, right? It also does a good job of reducing those like energetic, hormonal disputes. I just like kind of like wonder if it is like an actual, if it is even programmable, just because of our reptilian brains to like seed the kind of things to make communism happen. I think that's like the one issue, is that I do think that the human being machine is a failure in that sense. I do think that it would be more equitable. I think it would be more efficient. I do think that if we were to actually generally act in good order and good line with, we would have higher levels of efficiency. Right? And I think there are lessons we should learn from there. I think there are lessons we should learn from the communists. I think there's lessons we should learn from the socialists, the liberals, and none from the conservatives. I think we get such a world without communism we provide everybody's need in a post-scarcity society propped up by tech. Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's like, I just don't... I think that's, like, why I think some people, like, push the data centers thing, because I think that that's what they think happens. But then it's like, on my end, I'm just like, Cyberpunk 2077. That's, like, my thoughts of where we go right now. We are in a Gilded Age. We have extreme economic inequality. That is being concentrated. That is being, conserved. Smog is hoarding his riches. The dragons feast upon gold. I just don't know if it's like humans can do communism. I hate, like, maybe in a post-scarcity thing, but I don't know. Once you get there, like, there's going to be new scarcities, because that's, I think at that point, there's just nothing driving it. But, that world requires slaying the dragon. Yeah, well, can't say such a thing right now, man. A hybrid system a la China. I mean, yeah, ultimately, like, yeah, a hybrid, like, system, can have, like, value. I think that's, like, a in-betweens. You know what I mean? I think it's an in-betweens that, gets you further along, but I don't know. I do think it would just take full, like, I just don't know if humans can do it. I think robots could. Robots absolutely could, right? I think that's, like, evolution in a more, like, lame way. I think if, like, we designed robots that can do all that shit for themselves and think like we do, surely they can. There's nothing necessarily complicated about evolution or, like, the human brain, the human body, etc. It does all just connect just right over extreme amounts of time. It's really easy to accidentally have a racist robot. Don't know if they'll get there. No. The thing is, it's like, the robots would be ableist, but it's like, that'd just be because, like, older robots probably aren't going to be as, like, well equipped. So there definitely would be, like, a Logan's Run for, like, robots. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think about it, and I would like to imagine we could, but I do think it probably is the most efficient in terms of, like, actually doing shit. The problem then lies within, the human virus, the fucking the cog itself. The cog doesn't always have spokes, and that kind of fucks it up, man. I don't know. I think about it. It's like, I definitely I'm always gonna vote for Democrats. So, like, at the end of the fucking day, like, it falls on deaf ears when I hear, like, this shit. It's like, who are these fucking people? And it's like, well, look at this Twitter account. No, man. He's moving further away from the plantation, man. Okay,
of the Democratic Party. What I think is causing this problem, it's a lot more online. It's a lot more influencer based, and that's where I sharply diverge with Destiny and with a lot.
Resi, that human cog is not innate. It was built in the moment we were born. Well, yeah, I know. It's because of flesh and its imperfection and its impurities. Right? Flesh itself has impurities. It has imperfection built into its nature. That's the point of flesh. Okay? It is imperfect. It is, it is not precise. It just works better because of its, like, extreme amount of time ahead of the scale. Okay? Like, it's like, I am unironically doing the flesh disgusted me. Yeah. Yeah, like, this is, like, the energy of the conversation right now.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you.
I have literally always, I have been this way for far too long. But yeah, I think this is what's required for communism.
I serve the undesire.
Like, it's just robots, man. Okay? It's literally just fucking robots. Okay? Like, I don't know anything about fucking Warhammer, okay? I know nothing about fucking Warhammer, but, like, I don't want to because I know this is gonna be me. I know who I'm gonna fucking be.
From the moment I understood,
like,
biomass that you call the temple.
Like, it's just show me the things that are fucking mechanicked up, man. Okay? Show me the things that are mech'd up, man. What the fuck is this? Oh, I'm sorry. We're turning DGers into servitors.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not.
One day, the biomass that you call...
Okay, never mind, it's awesome. Never mind, it's awesome. Never mind, it's awesome. They don't cut the cat open.
One day, the crude biomass that you call the temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal. I serve the undesire.
What the fuck is this? What is this from? What the fuck is this? I thought they was AI, man. Holy shit. Yeah, I love my cats too. Dude, I just don't even... Wow. But yeah, the whole weakness of flesh thing, man. It's like, yeah. It is just that. I think it is the weakness of flesh. You know? I think that is like the critical human fault that like precludes us from like true glory and shit, you know? Actually, cat that died and made it into a drone? Yeah, that sounds like exactly what they did, yeah. Imagine if they splayed your corpse and turned you into a Robocopter. Can I just... I'm just gonna say this right now. Please? Please? Like, actually, please? I would like that. I would be, like, really into that. Actually. You know? Like, yeah, I have no possession of, like, my flesh. I don't care at all. At all. I love that you think human transfiguration en masse is closer to reality than communism. Shut up, man. Like, yeah. Okay? Yeah, I think one's really cool, and I think the other requires you, like, you know, being, like, nice to people. Okay? I think one's awesome, though. Alright? Yeah, no shit, dude. The Resicopter flying towards the towers. I thought it was going to be AI, man. Okay.
A lot of these individuals, and where I think that this approach is wrong-headed. I think we should have conversations like this where we air out the grievances and where we talk.
What's up, Ice Beans? How's it going? Welcome in. You're talking about the weakness of flesh, and Pisco is currently on the Vanguard. Okay. Pisco is currently on the Vanguard, and we're seeing how the conversation goes. Sup, Chai? How's it going? Anyways, so yeah, show them the cat? No, I'm not showing that again. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of daytime snark and me contemplating the weakness of flesh. It's sweaty out. You are not in a place where you're going to be sweating every day for the rest of your life. Can you please explain, if I've missed something, what exactly caused Pisco to get called an anti-Semite? Destiny just called him an anti-Semite because he, like, supports not killing Hasan Piker. Show cat? No, we're not showing the cat. I know he talked to Loner and Conduit, but that's it. He's talked to, like, 20 people about this for hours, and none of them can define anti-Semitism. It's just Destiny called him an anti-Semite, so now other people are jumping on that he is committing anti-Semitic actions by talking about, like, positively about leftists. That's literally fucking it.
Joe, where's the baby?
The baby? The baby's gone. I got rid of the baby.
What are you talking about?
I killed the baby.
What do you mean?
Alright, that's not, like, exactly how it went, but yeah. Kind of like that. No, it really is just, I mean, it's the same thing as, like, Wick with, like, the noodle hat thing. It's, do you want me to be, I hate this. It's a Hasbara tactic, alright? Destiny went to fucking Israel, and he learned that the greatest tactic you can employ is to just go ahead and mudsling and call somebody fucking names and shit. And that if you can attach it to something that people can easily get onto, then, like, yeah, you can just, like, get away with literally whatever you want. This also works. This is what they were trying to do with the snark thing, to try, like, say that, like, snarkers are like the devil, because they thought that snarker would convince the greater populace. But most people understand snarking, you know, or being snarky as just being, like, a little bit crass, maybe a little bit rude. So it doesn't work. So they've moved on to anti-Semite. That's why I got called one. Right? What's your take on the lawsuit? Haven't gone back. What's your take on the Hasan lawsuit?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Thank you for the 199. Mark with quick explanation in DMs. Yeah, give me 1 sec. Yeah, I can run these takes back. I'm good. It's fine. Stop.
Got killed by a car. I decided to turn it into a drone as a tribute to his untimely death. I had no idea about remote control helicopters, anything.
My initial thought was, that's kind of crazy. But my second thought was, let's do it.
Ostriches can't fly, so we make them fly.
Just do it. Stop. Al Jazeera Plus. Stop. This isn't Al Jazeera Plus. What the fuck? Why is the cat drone thing on Al Jazeera? That's wild. Should it be illegal? I don't know.
Stuck in
I
here
don't
with
think I
me
agree.
forever, baby girl. You can't escape, not even the smell. Plus, I ran out of Febreze, so go ahead, try it. You won't go too far.
That's terrifying, and thank you, Andy, for the $13. What was I gonna say? I don't know. I don't know if I want to say it should be illegal. Like, I'm a flesh eater, man. I can't make a moral, like, over impression about this. You know, I hate to say it. As, like, a carnist, I do realize that there's a weakness there. And, you know, I think I extend that even for, like, fucking humans, for what it's worth. you know, to a point. I think it's like generally a bad thing to do, but I don't really think I like, again, like I said, you know, if somebody wanted to turn me into a drone, by all means. I don't understand why human consent would be like more important there. Once you're like dead, you know what I mean? Okay. Anyways, so with the Hasan thing, there's one specific line here that you have to like kind of latch onto with the defamation case. Where is it? Like, he basically just says, here you go. It's this line specifically, right?
Well, if Democratic campaigns are adopting the Piker plan of returning our country to lynchings, that just might happen.
So it's that statement along with when he goes through the clip thing. There are 2 times, right, in this.
I don't give a what black people care about.
Right.
Oh, black people care about this, black people care about that.
This
Like, shut the
whatever,
up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a stupid stance. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat? Suck my Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man.
Like, obviously being, like, facetious, right? This is what I like as a black man. As you can tell, Hasan is very clearly, like, mocha white, right? He is, like, mocha white.
Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? You got me, okay? You got me, because I'm a racist person.
But yeah, so, like, there's 2 times he mentions lynchings. One is facetious. The other is him reading a chat message. Right? And then to say that the Piker plan is the lynchings is obviously fallacious. Right? Obviously fallacious. It's not about Republicans not determining tone. It is it obviously fallacious? Yes. The way that these clips were cut was such a way. Now, does that apply directly to Scott Jennings? Maybe not. Right? I feel like all snark changed on a lawsuit when
This
Hasan
dude
doing
fisted
it
a toddler.
about the commentary
Okay,
community.
but did you know that he cross-dresses?
They were the 223. I feel like all the snark changed on the lawsuit once Hasan doing it. What about the commentary community? Bro, can you, like, turn off like text to talk? Because you sound, like, mentally fucking savaged. Like, you sound, like, really hard. And I know that you're using text to talk because you're spelling shit wrong. And then after that, can you, like, learn how to actually speak in, like, full sentences and shit? That would be really cool. Okay. But, again, what was the intentionalities of each of these things? Right? When it comes to the DMC, when it comes to the lawsuits against Noah Sampson, those were fallacious. Okay, those were fallacious lawsuits. That's why Ethan dropped them. Right? Ethan is acting in a liar's way with the current IDub shit, and he has lost in court with Denims. And there is more to that, but I'm going to be honest, it's Kilo conjecture, and I don't know that much about it. Okay, but as we know it, they ruled in favor of Denims. Right? Fallacy-ish. Fallacy-is. Fallacious. Thank you for the sub.
That's the deal. It's a good deal.
Thank you for sub, Jerry.
It's a good deal. Stream.
It is also technically a pay for spins day, so I do have to do some of those for that. Ethan should be suing Destiny. Yes. So phallic. No. Fallacy. 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 You said Hasan was being fallacious. No, I was saying Scott Jennings was being fallacious. Or whoever it was that clipped these and gave them to Scott Jennings. At which point, with the lawsuit, I am 50-50 on. I think that what Hasan probably ought to demand is anybody that perpetuate these on, like, live, which are obvious lies, be forced to make retractions, or then he sues. And that's likely what will happen, right? You people are fucking assholes, all right? I said a fucking word. So, what's the fucking difference here? Where, aside from Caseytron, and I gave Ethan Caseytron, and for what's worth, Frogan, without much looking into it, but again, I just gave him Caseytron, because yeah, Caseytron just kind of clicks something up and just starts getting stoned. Gave him that one. That made sense. The rest of it, less so. Frogan, on the edge. What about the bigger picture? He's silencing criticism. Is this criticism? Jacob, I'm asking, what is criticism about lying? So, Jacob B4, right, is a pedophile, right? You're a pedophile, right? Everybody that criticizes Hasan, I'm noticing they tend to be fucking pedophiles, right? Because you're a pedophile, right? Now, I am making a point here. I don't think you're a pedophile. I don't have evidence of you being a pedophile, Jacob, right? I don't have evidence of that. Now, Scott doesn't have evidence of Hasan with the lynchings part. And in fact, he presents fallacious evidence and characterizes it in a different way. That is what defamation is. So yes, this would be a logical lawsuit, just as Caseytron was, just as Frogan was. I disagree with iDubbbz. I disagree with Noah Samson. I disagree with the Denims one. But I've also been clear here, right? Just like I've been clear that Jacob is not a pedophile. Guys, in the chat, can we all just start saying Jacob is not a pedophile to like really clear it up? Okay, Jacob is not a pedophile. Right? Jacob, I'm telling them that you're not a pedophile, buddy. Okay? I'm telling them they're not a pedophile. Nobody seems to want to say he's not a pedophile. Okay? He's not a pedophile. Okay? I am not participating in that. It's what I mean. Right? Jacob is not a pedo. Yeah. That's what this guy is doing. That's why there is grounds here. When it came to the Noah Samson lawsuit, which was a defamation lawsuit, and again, maybe you cannot like actually discern red from green. Maybe you're colorblind. Maybe you're, lacking of some critical faculty that allows you discernment. You have some, dangerous damage to your frontal cerebellum. I will add bar. I will add bar. Correct. Thank you for the 2, Joy. Thank you. But again, there is a separation here, so we can go through part by part of it. I've now done that. Jacob is probably not a pedophile. Jacob, who isn't a pedophile, okay? Sure, like 100. We're all certain that Jacob is not molesting kids. Okay, we're all certain of that. Everybody, all my homies know Jacob doesn't molest kids. Okay? All right? All of my homies, okay, know that. So, since we know Jacob isn't a pedophile, right, we would be wrong to assert such things. Ethan Klein, I do not believe in the Noah Samson lawsuit, which he dropped for lack of grounds. I do not believe that Ethan Klein himself substantiated the defamation. So in that case, yeah, I think it was unsubstantiated. You can talk about free speech all you want. I'm talking about the strength of the case. The free speech, the chilling effect and shit like that, you can go over probably more to Pisco about that. My general thoughts are within the space, without national fucking media and shit like that. Yeah, you probably shouldn't put out abject lies, like calling somebody a sex pest, for no reason. You should have something behind that. And I substantiate my claims, right? Which is why I am substantiating that I do not have enough evidence to say that Jacob is a pedophile. And that's a truthful statement. So you can sue and demand a retraction. If I'm richer, I can ruin it. Like, that won't have a chilling effect on criticizing people. Also, Jacob, there is like a difference in like the type of scale, because we are also talking about, if you're looking at the Hasan clips in full, him talking about major news anchors running with these lies. So there is like actual perpetuatable damage there. You know? It's not a big, like, YouTuber suing somebody with, like, sub 200 average viewers. But, again, probably can't see that, and I don't know why you can't. I'm not saying it's because you got a 12-year-old and he molested him. And it's, like, made your eyes go weird. Okay, I'm not saying that's why. But, if I did say that's why, that would be defamation. But obviously, Jacob, you cannot discern the mirror from the void. I wish you the best of luck. Okay. So anyways, yeah. So that's like the Hasan thing. I want to be specific. I think like the rest of it, it's all fair game. But it's like that one specific thing. It's like very, very clearly. Very, 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 very clearly directly misrepresenting something. So... Noticing that Ethan back to genocide is a vague claim and can be debated. I don't even think it's a vague claim. I think it's a direct claim, and I think that you can just say that, yes, you can honestly believe that if you support Israel, you support genocide. But if you support me for $5, you can spin the wheel today. We got some wheel spins to do. Andy, he gets 2 wheel spins and then 1 for Jenny. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Andy gets a character change token, and Jenny gets a mod spin. Okay, mods in the chat. Rise up. All right. Who's a mod in the chat? That's talking. Brett. Who else? Nate. Okay. Octo. Okay. Mollusk. Okay. Primo. Okay. There are 200 jewels. Jacob, thank you. All right. Anything else? 2-bit. 2-bit. Anyone else? All right, let's spin them. All right, who's gonna get a spin? All right, let's see. And it's Primordial. Congratulations, Primordial. And Primordial got a mod spin. Okay. Are there any more mods that want to join in on the spin? Any more mods that want to join in on the spin? Any more mods that want to join in on the spin? Joy. You're not a mod, Janky. Aaron's a mod. Okay. Technically, I'm owed a kick mod. You aren't owed anything. You're never owed mod. You again? I'm not... If you're already in it, I'm just going to keep your name. Okay. Alright, we're spinning it. Let's see. Alright. Joy. Next. Okay, also, Jacob, if Ethan didn't support Israel, would you say Ethan is justified in suing Noah? Yeah, actually, I would. If Ethan is, like... a constant vocal critic of Israel and not the husband of an IDF fucking secretary. All right. Anyways. All right. And Julie wins double nothing. Nice. All right, let's get back on track. I love how, like, this all, like, just deteriorated from, like, me being against fucking, like, being like, yeah, I don't know if communism can work because we're not robots. It's so fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. That was, like, a really weird derail, but it was pretty cool.
Talk about them openly, and that's why I think it's crucial to maintain these lines of communication.
This is another school shooting in Virginia. Yeah, I don't cover school shootings. I just don't.
Yeah, and again,
after the Texas one where they like ground the kids in a fucking ground beef, I'm good. Can't do that shit anymore, man. Nah, there is nothing that will ever happen.
Just to be fair on the Josh Shapiro thing, it's not just people on the far left that have an issue with Josh Shapiro's Zionism. He was recently interviewed by, I believe, it was either Pod Save America or The Bulwark, which are like two of the most centrist, normie, dim, coded shows you could possibly find on YouTube. And they had him on. He gave some weak sauce bullshit answer when it comes to the genocide. The entire comment section was in revolt. We covered it on our show. We were scrolling through the comments. We couldn't find a single positive comment. Everyone was like, fuck this guy. We're sick of these mealy-mouthed Zionist establishment Democrats. They can't accurately...
I mean, I hate to say it, I just don't think like looking through a comment scroll is like an equitable way to like discern whatever. People that leave comments are people that are gonna be angry at content more often than not. Sometimes supportive, but that's if they're like actually just straight up supportive,
identify a genocide when they see one, and that was their response. Obviously Zach and I have our own criticisms of Josh Shapiro, but you don't even have to talk about the IOF thing or the Ellen Greenberg stuff. I mean, yeah, we talk for a living, we're always on air, we're going to bring that kind of stuff up occasionally, but it's not, you don't even have to go back in his history. You can just look at what he said 2 months ago when he was interviewed on Pod Save America, right? Or in his Politico interview that we also took a look at. That's our issue with Josh Shapiro. So I don't want to get lost in the weeds of like, his volunteering for the IDF and whether or not it was the IOF or the IDF or whatever the fuck. Like, that's kind of irrelevant to me. What really matters is the position that he's a Zionist, is that he won't call it a genocide. And I think a lot of Democratic voters increasingly have an appetite to see their candidates actually call out Israel, seeing that Israel's dragged us into this illegal war with Iran, seeing the genocide that was greenlit and enabled with our tax money. Like, that's an issue that voters have. We give a voice to that. But ultimately, as Zach mentioned, we would never support a Republican for the governor of Pennsylvania. We would never support a Republican in 2020.
He clapped his hands and sang the school shooting song before Texas. That one, Uvalde. Okay, shut up, man.
Yeah, we would never.
I didn't like covering them before that either, but that one was like, yeah,
dance over the Democratic nominee, like Destiny is apparently planning on doing himself if it's AOC.
I absolutely agree that you are totally within.
Uvalde made me like hate cops to like a insane degree. Like, I have zero trust in cops after Uvalde, right? I have zero trust in the state of Texas after Uvalde,
Your rights to criticize Shapiro or any Democratic candidate, especially when you're giving voice to like what is effectively a 70 or 80-20 issue, right? Like, these are a lot of these opinions are more widespread among the Democratic Party. And I think even if there's divergence, that Democratic politicians should be able to answer for that and respond to it and see if they have a good response. Like, that's not the problem. And I also agree, and like I think that you guys are genuine, that you have only voted for Democrats and that you will endorse the nominees of the Democrats, and that's why I respect that calculus, and that's why I'm like very vigilant whenever I see a potential hint, because my goal right now is to get these MAGA barbarians out of the fucking White House. It's an illegal war. It's an unconstitutional war. It's insane corruption. It's everything bad that could be, and so I'm trying to focus on that object, and I think we can all agree on that. And these are distractions. The things regarding like influencer battles, they're distractions, but we can, I think, make them less important among our audiences by just having clarity, by having communication. And yeah, I have no issue with, for example, hard hitting interviews. I think when people get resentful, it's like, oh, you know, you're giving really softball interviews to Ro Khanna, but you're giving hard interviews to Alyssa Slotkin. But I just take that as a given. You know, a lot of influencers are going to have bias, and I, as a consumer of that, you know, I'm going to consider differently, you know, an interview from someone who's biased one way versus another, and that's not an issue for me either. So yeah, I think there's much more that unifies us than separates us there, and I just want us all to vote against fucking MAGA.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, Pisco, a little bit of a divergence, but you mentioned, you know, you supported El Sayed in the primary. You mentioned that you supported Zohran early on. And I just wanted to kind of get a sense about, you know, what made those progressive candidates, people that you were excited about, what made AOC a progressive candidate that you were excited about? Because I feel like me and Gavin, we come to the Democratic Party almost as like people who were like, if the third party movement had more sense and was competitive, like they would have been very attractive to us. But, you know, we're, you know, firm believers in reforming the Democratic Party because of the structure of the country we live in, right? You know what I mean? If I lived in a country with 4 parties, I probably wouldn't be in the Democratic Party. But because of the structure of the duopoly, like, this is what it is. This is what we have to do. And so I'm always looking for the furthest left candidate. I'm always looking for the most progressive candidate. Like, I'm
the Overton window pushing to the left. Yeah, no,
exactly.
I hear that.
That's how I feel like my prerogative is. You, on the other hand, I feel like may have a slightly different prerogative. So I'd be curious to know what it is about these progressive candidates that I support, because I think they're talented in the case of AOC, El Sayed, and others. But, you know, I might support a candidate like Francesca Hong despite some of the pitfalls that she would make that other people would be more likely to back away from. Even Bernie Sanders was, you know, definitely raising an eyebrow about the statements that she was making up until the end of the primary race. So I was just wondering, like, how do you make up your mind there? And were you more interested in a Crowley character than a Francesca Hong guy? And for what reason?
I was. Yeah, so like what splits the difference there, right? And so the factors that go into my mind, like the core features, in some ways, I'm kind of conservative. I want to preserve our democracy and preserve our republic. And that means, and I think the most immediate way, getting rid of these MAGA terrorists who are in charge of the country at the moment and who dominate the branches of Congress. And so that's, because that is clear and present, something that's really important is your ability to win an election, right? And so for the Crowley race specifically, my focus was on who I thought was going to be more electable in the Wisconsin governor's race, where I think that there was a big divergence there. And I think some of the markets and some of the polls demonstrate that. But I'm a progressive person when it comes to policy, right? Like, I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary in 2016 and 2020. And so in terms of progressive policy, I'm right there.
Total aside.
Playing, yeah, he outright calls you a rapist in that clip you were playing. Yeah, he's a psychopath. Let's work on this Scott Jennings situation first, and then I'll see what to do about him too.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm gonna absolutely disagree with this. Okay, I think Destiny's calling him a rapist on the false presumption of, like, the Berlin shit and, like, other things, right? But Destiny's just gonna pull out the fucking Paris Accords, right? Announcing that's dumb? Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very, very fucking dumb. It's not... I don't think he's gonna do it, just to be clear. I don't think he's gonna actually try to sue Destiny. I think Destiny, you know, can probably put up a much better argument than Scott Jennings misrepresenting specifically a clip. You know, like, there is, like, a difference in this statement. I don't know how far I'm there yet. I think that is absolutely possible he could do something, but yeah, not for calling Hasan a rapist.
It looks like the news cycle might be moving on. The article per day number is going down. Yeah, because they got their point across. His next hearing is on Wednesday regarding to spoliation of evidence. Oh, this is the sex pest in his suit, right?
Dude. That's so evil, man. But anyways.
When it comes to El Sayed and Mamdani, different rationales. For,
like, to even, like, go with Hasan chilling them. Yeah, we'd have to see that. All right, like the Scott Jennings thing, I think he is absolutely suing, but looking into it is different than saying that he's going to do it. Because that's where we sat for a couple of days, was him like looking into it, right? And then it's like, you know, on what it specifically is, it's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's like a very clear and obvious like fault in this, right? So
For El Sayed, I thought that he.
I find it odd to be the one thing that he's standing business on. Well, it's because it probably could be argued to be a valid lawsuit because of the fallacious claims being made. Right?
Was much.
It's not how every day the anti-Destiny coalition grows. It doesn't. It isn't growing. It's just that it's red meat. Okay, that's why I don't like watching Destiny content here. Because it's red meat. I'd rather like watch people that might do something with their fucking like lives. We know Destiny's at the end of the fucking rope. It's not going anywhere specific or new and shit. Like Pisco is like evolving. He's moving through the media space. There's something interesting there at least.
More likely to vote in favor of court expansion than Haley Stevens. And let me make the case just real briefly about why court expansion is number one priority, regardless of whether you're a liberal or whether you're on the left. Because these conservative justices are itching to strike down.
The thing is, you have to like, the thing is like, I have, how do I put this? I think it's slowed, but the hairs are growing. I don't think it works like that. I think how the Destiny shit works is people find out about Destiny. They're like, oh, okay, this guy isn't that bad, you know, for whatever reason, right? And then, you know, they see something happen. They're like, oh, well, you know, it's like, he's not, you know, this one's like, maybe it's like different. But there's always like these like cliffs that he falls off, right? Like, so there's the Pixie Cliff. There's the Anna Cliff. There's the Denham's Hasan Cliff. Right? There was the StarCraft 2 Cliff. When he called out, it was like, yeah, I don't think StarCraft 2 is going to survive. You know, I don't think it's going to be as big as StarCraft. You know? Like, he has all these little cliffs where people just, like, I think fall off from his content. Like, they fall off the wagon, like, totally and fucking entirely. And it happens over and over again. I don't really think Hasan, like, it's like you're building haters. It really is just, you can see, like, nexus points for people, right? And it's just like, that's it. They're just nexus points. StarCraft 2 got bigger than StarCraft and completely destroyed the RTS genre thanks to perfect balancing. I don't know, man. I think Barr is making moves, but yeah, I mean, to a point. I also think that RTS is like, I don't know. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot to it, and having stuff like League of Legends out there where you have like multiple people on a team and they have personalities and shit, I think that did better than just like, oh, I'm Grand Chess Master and now I challenge you. You know, like one-to-one stuff is like always going to be kind of rough like that, I think.
On any progressive agenda, whether it's an executive action or whether it's legislation, the first chance they get, they are salivating about who is going to be able to write that opinion, striking down whatever champion legislation that you want to promote. Look what they did with the Voting Rights Act. I mean, there's so many examples of that on display. And so in response to what happened to Merrick Garland's seats and how they sort of packed the court with Mitch McConnell back in 2015, 2016 era.
Why would you say League of Legends and not Dota 2? Because obviously League of Legends was way bigger than fucking Dota 2. Like, what do you mean? Why would I say League of Legends and not Dota 2? Is it not fucking obvious that one is like a actual thing and the other like kind of fucking isn't?
We should be expanding the court, and it's important for institutional reasons. It's important for the separate.
Yeah, but Dota was better. The international goes hard as fuck. What? Okay. How much money has Dota 2 made versus League of Legends? In League, you get called the N-word. In Dota, you get called the N-word, and you have to play Dota. Yeah.
of powers, and I think that candidates who
It's
are
nuts how every day the anti-Resi coalition grows. Oh, shut up, man.
more forthright in their support for that policy and other structural reforms need to be supported. So on policy grounds, I think El Sayed is much more likely to do that. Also, I prefer his policy.
Jacob, I think opposite. I think they see Destiny being called rapist and pedo and think that, and slowing, and they see normal clips because he does have normal days sometimes, and they become even on him. Bro, you're just saying he has normal days sometimes. Right? You're saying, bro, that's the problem. You can't just be like, oh yeah, man, every once in a while he's not a fucking sociopath. It does excuse all the rest of the times. You have normal days sometimes. That's not great. You wanna know how many days I have that are normal? Every fucking day of my fucking life, man. It's awesome. Rezi, look at Discord. Smile. Why are you telling me to look at Discord? Smile. Why? What is this? Esports winnings from Dota. Okay. Bro, okay, and your point? What company made more money? League of Legends is, still, will continue to be bigger than Dota. Alright? Like, this is like how much money people are winning. I think normies come into the space scene being a huge crybaby bitch and turned off completely. I just think that it's funny that it's like, yeah, man, he is unhinged sometimes. I'm like normally unhinged every fucking day. Sometimes I BPD split. Like, when I watch like Stardust IRL content, I BPD split and I start getting angry at anybody that threatens my Zoog Stardust shit. Okay? I'm pressed on that. If I'm gonna be fucking real with you, I'm a little pressed on that shit, man. Okay? That's just it. Alright? Every day
When it comes to anti-Iran war. And so
Baker has made $1 million. Okay, Johnny, how much money has Tencent made off of League versus Valve made off of Dota? Okay, do not threaten Rezi's doomed Yuri. Shut up, man. Just shut up, man. You're fucking evil.
View Iran war as both a strategic, a constitutional, and like a moral failing. Like for me, the Iran war is one of the biggest deals. That's also going to drive me a lot. For Mamdani,
and just to clarify, you don't think that he's vulnerable in the general election of Michigan in the same way that Hong
so
was
there
in
it's more
Wisconsin?
equivocal. Yeah, there it's more equivocal. I saw people were exaggerating some of the polls that had Haley Stevens ahead. The actual margin.
Fucking, this is a proud Starzug household. Okay? This is a proud, like, Starzug household. We do not approve of prawn dust. Prawn dust, down. Prawn dust, dead. Alright? I don't want it. Okay? I do not want it. Alright? No one wants prawn dust. Prawn dust is bullshit. And it fucking comes off a little fucking rapey. Fuck you, Prawn. I don't even dislike that guy. But no. No means no. Alright? And I also want to be clear, from what we looked at earlier, I am also against Zustany. Okay? Starzug is the only true way. Hey, Para. What is Zustany, Ziggurat, and Destiny?
With the aggregate was like 2-3 points. And these sort of primary polls are, as we can see, much less indicative, especially when it's the general.
Like, that's probably like the worst thing about me, if I'm going to be honest, you know.
election matchup in these sort of early times. And so because the margin, in my view, was much smaller there, that was the dominating factor. And because he would actually be in a position to do court reform, the Wisconsin governor is not going to be doing that, right? I'm adding more for that position when in the context of someone who can actually actualize
because people also did say, and this was, in my opinion, why Bernie lost to Joe Biden. They said, well, you might like Bernie's policies, you might like his vision, but he's going to lose to Donald Trump. Joe Biden will win to Donald Trump. In my opinion, that's actually what successfully scared a lot of.
Is Dota versus LOL a word fandom pissing contest, or
voters into getting Joe Biden across the finish line in that primary? Because again, it's not that they preferred his policy vision over Bernie, it's just that they were terrified he would lose to Donald Trump. And I am worried about that sort of meme getting regurgitated to just support the establishment.
It proves
candidate.
too much. Of course, you're right. It proves too much to say just electability, turn your brain off. And I never have tried to approach it that way. I also thought charisma, that'll get to Mamdani in a second, is really important. I think Hong lacked that. I think even people on the left wing acknowledge that in terms of charisma and the ability to actually make movement there. So that's priced in as well. But you're right. Like it actually wasn't clear based on the general election matchups in 2016. I thought Bernie would have won against Trump. And so I don't think it's always the case that the more left wing candidate is like less good in the matchup. A big test is going to be in Michigan. And lastly, I know I've been talking a lot on Mamdani. There, I thought Cuomo was going to be much more conciliatory to Trump. I mean, he was already signaling that way, and he has shown like there's so many skeletons in his closet. Mamdani, I could see even early on, even before it was clear that it was going to be a competitive race, that he had charisma, that he had vision, and he was the alternative to Cuomo. Therefore, not only did I endorse him, I actually voted for him. Twice.
Well, that's good to hear. And I think, again, as you mentioned, we agree on a lot more than we disagree on. I think it's really important to have these healthy conversations and hash this stuff out. And I guess my next question is just as an extension of that discussion, what direction do you think the Democrats...
Here's the thing, okay? You can say whatever you want about Dota and League of Legends and shit, okay? But there is one thing that will always be forgotten, and that's Heroes of Newerth. Okay, Heroes of Newerth. Okay, it's like Heroes of Newerth was like the actual, like an actual fucking game. All right, that, yeah, dude, it just kind of died, right? It just kind of died. I'm trying to like see if there's anything like really old. Let's just go. They have a channel, I guess. Right? Yeah, here. Videos. Oldest. Here's of Newerth announcement video. Yeah, this game sucked. Yeah, this game fucking sucked. That's not how the game is played. Yeah, it's like slower than this. Alright, and then there was like Han 2.0. Okay.
The war for Newerth has spread and changed. Always larger, always more savage. Every day we're fighting for some new plot of dirt. We give them our own names and christen them with our blood. The Hellborn keeps spitting up new horrors, which we can barely match with heroes of our own. Even the ones...
Yeah, so there were like two factions. There was like Hellborn and like Friends, I guess. Right?
Familiar faces of the fight.
No one talks about Heroes of the Storm or Smite or Strife. Heroes of the Storm was a League of Legends like type side thing. I just gotta be honest. Like Heroes of the Storm was fine. But Radiant and the Dire. Yeah. That's what it was called, right? Heroes of the Storm. That's the Blizzard one, right? That's the Blizzard one. Heroes of the Storm was fun to play, but it just didn't have enough depth, man.
Battle-worn heroes are returning with polished armor, and some even reborn. Once our armies were scattered and weak, but now we fight as one. Why do we fight? As if sheer survival isn't enough. The spoils of war are an added comfort. Of course, those with the urge can always get what they want from the commissary. Pays for the war effort, the quartermaster swears. War, huh? Just when you think you've got your hands around it, someone goes and gives it a twist. Well, I'll do what I've always done. Keep fighting. Like they say, Newark depends on it.
But yeah, like Heroes of Newark just didn't have like that much depth to it, I feel. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it, really. You know, like they did try for a game. There was this one fucking Spanish dude, Mexican, Spanish. He spoke Spanish. He played this shit. He played Heroes of Newark. Who the fuck, what was his fucking name? What was his fucking name? He was like a fucking wild guy. Those just Heroes of Newark mod, that's a mod of World of Warcraft. Well, yeah, kinda. You know, it definitely leaned really heavy on like fantasy shit. Whereas like League of Legends just, they're like, oh, we're just gonna make like a bunch of like completely separate kingdoms, and then they send people around and shit. I don't know. There just wasn't like really a lot, I feel, to like Heroes of Newark, man. You know. Definitely a weird thing. Oh yeah, there was a Samuel L. Jackson announcer pack at one point.
Everybody be cool and listen to me.
Think you've made some of the biggest plays using the new Samuel L. Jackson announcer pack?
Well, damn.
Submit your top plays to Scyther. If your plays make it into Scyther's next top 10 video, then you'll be rewarded with some gold coins and bragging rights. Submit plays to the link below, then sit back and enjoy the spoils of battle.
The sweet taste of victory.
What's the Samuel L. Jackson voice pack? Heroes of Newark. What is this? They got Samuel L.?
Welcome to Newark, motherfucker. I'm just getting started.
Let's go. Bro, I don't know how this game didn't fucking take off. I don't know how this game didn't fucking take off. Dude, that's so fucking crazy.
Next, bow before me. I'll be here all day, baby. Somebody stop me. I bet you're starting to like it.
The dominating. Dude.
Here comes the concede vote. Well, we all saw this coming. Has it ever occurred to you that I'm just too damn good? No one is going to save you. Ain't nobody killing that tower but me. Sit down, son. Taunt me again. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. You and I are gonna be real good friends. Well, allow me to retort. Choo-choo, motherfucker. It's about damn time. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? Ah, the sweet taste of victory. Well, damn! Defend your buildings, damn it! Legion wins! The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower. A Legion barracks has been destroyed. Hellborn wins! The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower. A Hellborn barracks has been destroyed. That was one big ass monkey.
We're back in. We're back in, man. We're back fucking in.
Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower. A Hellborn barracks has been destroyed. That was one big ass monkey. Malingual, whatever his name is, that motherfucker's dead. Let's have a moment of silence for Zorgath.
Locked in monkey. Dude. Yeah, okay.
Tasty! I make this look easy. I want 2, 3, 4. Annihilation.
You can switch it back whenever. No, you're good, man. That's so cool. There's some, like, choice clips there. There's some, like, really, really choice clips there.
Welcome to New Earth, motherfucker. I'm just getting started.
All right.
Democratic Party should take. Obviously, it's up to the voters, but what direction do you think the Democratic Party should take in 2028 as we prepare to nominate?
Morgan, what the last messages in the fucking Vanguard chat? Morgan, no! No! Morgan, you're exposed! No! No! Oh no, this is evil. This is fucking evil. What the fuck is prawn dust? You walk away for 5 minutes and Rezzy's talking about the craziest shit. Never mind, I got it. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, dude. Living forever at the end of the VOD, Morgan. Wow, I'm always scared I'm gonna do that. I'm never afraid of that. You wanna know why? Because I watch one stream at a time. And I make sure to like and subscribe. There's like 50 of you here. 23 likes on the stream. If you could get that number up, that'd be good. It helps us in the algorithm. Remember to follow the Twitch, follow the Twitter, join the Discord. But this is a split stream day. I'm definitely doing another stream later. Definitely gonna be doing another stream later. So, more time will be going to that later stream. Where we're gonna, like, I guess we're gonna do Owlish Roundup, I guess we're doing another fucking 11-hour Owlish stream. She's like a few hours of debates that we can look over. So
A candidate that will ultimately go against most
Once a
likely
month,
JD
man.
Vance, the next in line for the MAGA dynasty. Who do you think is the best candidate, or who, like among the candidates, who would you say is the best candidate to get that job done, and who will actually inspire voters to vote for the Democrats again?
So I think there's two big categories: rhetoric and Riz, and substance. And unfortunately, they're both, in my view right now, 50% of the job. 50% of the job now, ask Mamdani, is making people think you're doing the job. And that is just now an extension of the job. And so those are the two big categories. Unfortunately, if you don't have Riz or like generational talent in being able to, I don't know, do like Pete Buttigieg and like confront people in Fox, or AOC, very charismatic, or John Ossoff, this like, he's insanely good in all of these, both in the sort of committee setting, but also on the stump. And so if you don't have that, you're going to be a big negative. And so that's on the rhetoric stuff. I think that you need to have Riz. And unfortunately, for some people who are more averse to like populism, right, you need to have that populist rhetoric. You just have to, right? Like, we are in that.
Take the hottest, biggest shower you've ever taken in your whole life.
Yeah, you're tired too. We're old. We are old. We're old lady. Are you saying bye to them?
I'll go half seats on an Uber, but I need fun to get out here.
Can we make a promise? What's the promise? That if you ever
it's too much audio gore with the fucking like club and shit in the background. It's too much audio gore with like the club and shit in the background. Otherwise, this would be like, I think the timing works out like really well for like right about here and like right about here, right?
Can we get a GSN in chat, please? Platonic lesbian relationship forever. GSN, GSN! You're the best friend I've ever had. Yeah. I love you so much. I love you too. I'm so drunk. I'm so drunk. I'm so sorry. I feel like we could have lesbian sex and it wouldn't be awkward. We're not gonna. We're not going to. I'm not interested in doing that.
Rezi, you're the best friend we've ever had. We could have lesbian sex and it wouldn't be weird. It would be weird for you. I'm just saying, like, it would be weird for you, you know. She's not very drunk. She's very drunk in that
moment, and that's the language that people hear politics in. And so regardless of whether or not you're quote unquote a policy wonk or you're abundance pilled or whatever, it needs to be.
I'm so mad that there's that audio gore on the back end of that, because that would be like the perfect guts shit, man. Y'all killing me with that shit. What do you want, Morgan?
We're couching something real that appeals to the people. So that's on rhetoric. On substance, I'm much more like, for me, the concentration is on structural reform. It's on court expansion. It's on giving the vote for people in DC. It's on punishing these Trump corrupt thugs, right? It's about enforcing our antitrust laws, right, that we have on the books. And so much of this is, in my view, anti-corruption efforts. That's what's bread and butter for me. So those are the efforts that me personally, I want the party to go in. But, you know, was January 6th the thing that pushed people over the edge in 2024? Maybe not. And so I think there also needs to be an affordability agenda and like a healthcare agenda. You can see Democrats do very well on healthcare. And so they need to push that. They need to push affordability. And so I know that's very general and like sort of broad strokes, but that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for anti-corruption.
For AOC 2028. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm a big fan of AOC. So right now my top candidates would be people like
Pisco is so right. Yeah, it's annoying. He's so fucking annoying, man.
And I know Chris Murphy doesn't have a lot of riz, but AOC, Chris Murphy, John Ossoff, these types of people, those are the candidates that I'm looking to.
Dumping the rest of those names in the polling
in the election.
Early.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I seriously, Morgan, you got fucking destroyed there typing in that chat. That's gonna be forever, like the last message, right? They're gonna be talking about what the fuck is Prawn does.
The best I've seen, and Ossoff is my dark horse too. I've been saying, like, you know, hey, watch out for him. The Democrats love a white guy from the South that can win a swing state election.
Georgia, yeah.
I think that's going to be huge for him, but he's still polling like 4%, so he's got a long way to go if he's going to make up.
I think he does have a long way to go for sure. What I like about Ossoff is that I think he can really be unifying, because I think that a lot of people can be inspired from him from many different sides. I really respect Kamala for stepping up to the plate for Biden in 2024. I think if Biden was the nominee, and by the way, we still have some Biden dead enders who think that Biden would have, that this Bernie would have won. There are people who say Biden would have won in 2024, and I think that that's fucking crazy. But I think Kamala really did an honorable
like
thing.
Nixon versus McGovern for Donald Trump. If Joe
I think
Biden
yes, I happen to agree with that. I think we would have lost like New Jersey and all that shit. And listen, Kamala Harris has been sounding better on some of these issues. She's not my preferred candidate because she lost already, and because
Am I crazy for thinking Pisco looks more Japanese the longer that he's living in Japan? Oh, Moon. Play the song. Yeah, this is actually why I played this. Because I just think of Pisco in Japan and him living his best life. This is like, I do rue the day that he gets a sword. Like, he has to get a sword, right? Like, I don't want to fuck with Pisco that much. We can bully him into buying a sword, right? Like a katana. We could make that happen. That's like harmless, right? As long as it's not like a Nazi sword. No, but it's... Yeah, I did think that. I was like, Pisco just looks like healthier. And like I'm looking at his like hairstyling and shit, and it's just like, yeah, he just looks better. Right? I don't know, man.
I think that she crucially lacks a lot of the riz that I think is important. But that said, I would vote for a heartbeat, and you would too.
What is this? Forever hero inscription on the sword we got Pisco. Yeah, mental health is key. He sounds like he's having like a great time with his life. You know? And like that's like awesome. You know? Like that's just it. Like it's just he seems like he's doing fucking great. You know?
As you did in 2024 for Kamala Harris if she were the nominee against this reptile JD Vance. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Obviously.
And listen, if even the shit I'll talk on Josh Shapiro, right? Like at least the guy believes in democracy, right? At least the guy is, you know, so of course.
This is such a chill conversation, man. This is such a chill conversation. So we have like another, like what? 20 minutes of this? Okay.
That goes without saying. I personally am just going to try and talk as much shit on him as I can until, you know, God forbid he drops out of the primary and doesn't win it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I've said before, there's only one Democrat that would cause me to vote green again, and that's John Fetterman. If he was somehow the nominee.
I disagree with that, but I understand that. Yeah, so I disagree with that, but I understand. But Fetterman is just a mess. I mean, this is the kind of weakness that we get, and people don't understand, right? Like, yes, sometimes the left wing, from the perspective of liberal, is like annoying or something. But who were the people who were like fucking up Biden's agenda? Manchin, Cinema. Who are the people who are voting to like censure Kamala Harris or Al Green when he's like stepping up on the speech or whatever? That's like Tom Suozzi. That's Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. Now I'm going to fall behind those candidates and get in line, but I don't really think that we need to have weakness as a preference in the primary. And Fetterman is weak.
Yeah, he's not going to run either. I'm just
obviously.
saying,
And I think he'll get crushed in a primary. I mean, he said he's not going to.
He's going to get crushed in 2028 if he tries to fucking run. Like, Fetterman will be eradicated from the state of Pennsylvania. Okay. Like, I have a intense hatred inside of myself and intense shame. And if there's one thing I know about Pennsylvania, it's fucking shame. Yeah, let's play the Fetterman song. I need this real quick. This is 28 campaign song. I'm using this as my 28 campaign song. Okay, I'm gonna make a joke about running for the Senate, and I'm just gonna fucking be playing this song constantly.
He's not gonna run against oh my God, is it McCormick? Oh my God, I'm not remembering now the senator from
Republican.
Pennsylvania.
I saw that.
The op commercial would be insane. Yeah, and you know what I would do? I would just play all those things. I would play all those same clips and say, yeah, I said that. And?
But
he's going to be a one-term senator. He's going to be a one-term senator. There's no way he survives re-election. I doubt he even fucking runs as a Democrat in the primary. He'll probably do the Joe Manchin shit and be like, I'm an independent now or whatever.
I hope Summerlee gets his Senate seat, but I digress.
We haven't addressed the elephant in the room. Hasan Piker.
What about him?
Yeah, so part of these conversations, and I just want to be honest with you guys, where I'm getting frustrated, it has to do with his influence in the party and his influence in terms of running with these different candidates. And basically all of these people...
Political snarking? Fucking imagine what we would do.
Whenever I have these conversations where they're considering running or I don't know, voting for Republicans maybe or sitting out elections, they raise Hasan Piker as an issue. And I wanted to ask your thoughts. What do you think of Hasan Piker's influence in the Democratic Party? What do you think of the response to Hasan Piker from, you know, you might say more establishment figures?
I mean, I think that it's pretty obvious that we need a Hasan Piker on the left, someone like Hasan Piker who can make noise online, who appeals to the youth, who appeals to people that might not, you know, typically be involved in politics. I don't agree with everything he's ever said. Like, you know, Zach and I have said that we don't really agree with like leaning into Maoism or defending Mao, like stuff like that on the margins where I can say I don't agree or I think that's a little bit cringy or LARPy, but there's no one who I agree with 100%. And ultimately, I think he's used his influence in a very legitimate and serious way as a political activist, not only to help support candidates like Abdul El Sayed, but also, you know, to bring more attention to really important issues like the genocide in Gaza and why Israel needs to be opposed. And I think he's done a good job, again, at, you know, centering the conversation on really substantive issues. Even if I don't agree with everything he says, I think this caricature of him as this crazy radical Nick Fuentes of the left or whatever is just completely.
Bring Starking to electoral politics would make Karl Rove look like a fucking chump. Just fucking imagine, like, every fucking night. Like, I don't fucking travel the state. I just go live and just shit on people, like, doing stuff. We have live meetups where I'm just, like, live snarking, just pausing the video and just talking shit. Right? Why not?
Completely inaccurate.
Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, I tend to agree with Gavin.
Caveman, for real. I didn't leave the Democratic Party. It left me Hasan a major reason. Has anybody got, like, some fucking, like, paint? Like, finger paints, preferably non-toxic. Because this guy has been eating the lead paint chips. And I think that, that might help him move forward with his life. Yeah.
Evan, I think that if we're going to have a candidate that, you know, or a candidate, excuse me, a person on the left who is, you know, contending and competing for the #1 Twitch viewer, then that person is serious and they have to be reckoned with. Obviously, I think that Hasan has said edgy shit that, you know, you play that, you're like, Zach, do you agree with this? I would say no, right? Like, I wouldn't, you know, conduct myself that way. And we've given live examples of that. We've never shied away. Some people get really pissed off when we say we disagree with Hasan. There are people that like get nuclear pissed off at us and they're like, how could you say that? Hasan is always right. And I'm like, go watch Hasan's stream if you want somebody to always parrot Hasan. You gave the example of Gavin Newsom. Like I said I was 100% with Jennifer Welch. I'd crawl over broken fucking glass. And we talked about how, like, we live in Kansas City, Missouri. Like, I live in...
You know, it's like the craziest thing. At the end of every fucking debate, when they're like, do you have a question that you want to ask your opponent? And I'm just like, and all I say is just with a wry smile, are you a pedophile? And that's the question I ask every single time. I would be so awesome. Okay, I would be so awesome. All right, they don't let me ask questions at the end of it. And I do have to ask this one time. Please vote for me. And also, my opponent, are you a pedophile? That would be every single speech with a wry smile. Yeah.
MAGA fucking state. Like, I know what it's like. I'm constantly reading about local restaurants where people are victims of ICE. I'm constantly reading about the fact that, you know, we can't rebuild or fix something. There's no budget, right? The fucking state's bankrupt. They're, you know, the only time we've ever built anything new was when Joe Biden's Build Back Better initiative gave us some fucking money, and then people didn't even turn around and support him at all. So it's a difficult place to live, but you understand the...
Prezi, you'd get reporters coming up to you and asking, why do you call your opponents pedophiles? Bubble, my response... I'm not calling them pedophiles. I'm just asking the one question I ask everybody the first time I meet them, right? Because I learned long ago from this secret Chinese operative known as the food shops, okay? I learned really long ago it was much easier to get those conversations out of the way at the beginning.
The threat of the Republican Party. Gavin and I remember the Tea Party. It was fucking huge here. So, you know, Jennifer Welch, I think, does a great job of articulating. It's like when you've lived that close to it, she's like, I'm in Oklahoma. Like, if you've grown up in Kansas, Missouri, like, you understand, hey, there's stakes to this shit. Like, I remember Eric Greitens. I remember when Sam Brownback was the governor of Kansas when I was a kid in elementary school. Like, I know how devastating it can be for the state when Republicans win. So happy to disagree with Hasan on the margins, but I just think when you have that much celebrity...
Unironically, reporters would probably love you. Because I just keep saying crazy shit. And then just be like, yeah, I'm totally justified saying that. Right? Don't look into my affiliation status with this Chinese operative.
And you can, you know, take a guy like a Hearts...
I'd be like Bin Face, but like better, man. I would be Bin Face. They would be calling me Bin Face because I'm ugly.
Who?
Yeah.
You know?
Big nose. Curious
didn't
nosing.
necessarily have the best chance of success in Kansas City, but they were trying to support Democrats in Republican plus, like, you know, heavy Republican.
Yeah, Ben Face won 25% of the vote in Clacton. Yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy, dude.
Districts and give them.
I think he can get it if he does it again.
As DSA back candidates, he does a stream with Hasan and raises like $30,000, right? It's like, that is power. These kids watch him. And so I just think far better to have them watch that than Asmongold or any of these other fucking chuds on the right. Definitely.
Yeah, the Asmongold shit is crazy. And no, I appreciate that take. I think that there's a lot of sort of consternation online about some of these statements from Hasan and his positions and the Mao shit, and so yeah, no, it's interesting to have your take on that. I'm curious though, on TYT stuff. Have you guys had any interactions with TYT, or have you been covering what they've been doing in recent months?
We did right before you came on the show.
Oh,
we
yeah.
reacted to Jank saying that AOC was going down the Kristen Cinema path, which
it's
I thought was
crazy,
completely baffling.
That's the shit that pisses me off.
Inaccurate. So yeah, fuck TYT. I think that Jank has become quite literally a Tucker Carlson op. You know, someone that's just exists to boost the likes of Tucker Carlson while he simultaneously tears down AOC at every fucking chance, acting like Tucker is who should lead us out of the MAGA mess instead of someone like AOC who represents the DSA. So I think that's totally crazy. But what's your take on Hasan? Do you not think his influence is a good thing?
So.
Okay, I don't understand what's going on here, but
can you put your pussy on the line? Hey babe, can you put your pussy like close to the phone mic for me? Oh, I want to know I want to know what it sounds like. Yeah, you feel that? Okay.
And then Food Shops posted this in response. Like, is this like the about to get molested view? I feel like that's what this is. I feel like that's what this is. Is that Food Shop's pussy? No, that's her face. Yove, you're a 12-year-old girl.
Hey, can you put your pussy on the line? Hey babe. Hey babe, can you put your
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. That's what we call a good tweet. That's what we call snarking. That's what I call snarking. Volume 3. Oh boy.
I'm not sure about like what effect he has on the overall electorate. Like I told you, my prior is that just being on the left and appealing to people who maybe aren't politicized yet, getting them engaged, will all else equal increase the amount of support for Democrats, just because I think politically activated left-wing people are more likely to vote for the more left-wing party. That's my prior on that. And so if Hasan versus not Hasan were an option, right? Like
edit the post right now. Why? What do I have to edit about it? Song? I don't get it. What do you mean edit the post? I have nothing to edit.
I just think all else equal, give it.
Oh, I always feel like somebody was watching me. No.
I don't have any data for this. That sort of presents itself as more positive for Democrats. That said, right, like there's also the consideration of like giving needless ammunition to right-wing people. And here's where I will broaden it out to be more DSA focused. Like there's some good shit that DSA people say. Like I told you, sometimes I prefer the DSA candidate. I support it, or the DSA preferred candidate, even if they're not DSA. I supported Brad Lander over Dan Goldman, even in the New York, even though I thought Goldman was like a pretty good member, and he voted, or he was really good really in the hearings especially. especially on issues that I care about, I still thought Lander was better. Notwithstanding that, like, why do this abolish police stuff? Why do the abolish prison stuff? Why
I don't
say
think Hasan
shit?
agrees with that. I don't think Hasan agrees with that.
But it's the kind of vibe of it where like needless ammunition, and that's where I'm like, I get.
Yeah, but okay, so this is like kind of where I'm gonna fucking like probably dissipate slightly from Pisco, is that you need to confront these things. I have to understand this is an op. This is a social op that Republicans run to cast the craziest people as Democrats. All right? Or as like mainstream Democrat policy. It's an op. You need to put out the rest of it. You know?
A little frustrated, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to fight those bad faith actors, and you're going to have to fight these like bad narratives from your own side, no matter what. And so I don't know what the overall effect of it is.
Can I ask you, Pisco? And I think, obviously, when it comes to running for office, we were talking about it too. You ask a candidate about Thanksgiving and Donald Trump's president, they need to talk about how expensive turkey is and how it's harder to put people around the table because rent is expensive, right? Like, pivot. Like, don't walk into a trap. But to Steelman Hasan for a second, right? And he did put out a statement saying, quote, "We should also work to build bridges and mend bridges with other folks on our left flank, folks on our right flank in the Democratic Party." So I think he's aware of this responsibility that's kind of befallen on him. But to just steelman him for a moment, like, I do believe that the prison system in the United States is fundamentally flawed. I think it's grotesque.
Of course.
I think the insane rape culture that we have, the abuse culture, the
Rikers in jail,
all of that stuff. I know we agree on that, right? So my question for you is, if not on Hasan's stream, where is the place to talk about that? Where is the place to talk about, Angela Davis, Our Prisons Obsolete? Like, that was a book that I read and it really opened my mind because my sister was pursuing a gender studies degree. Here I am, this young 18-year-old kid. I've never thought about the world that way. I know we can't snap our fingers and have, rethought how we structure our punitive system and reimagine justice in a way that I think is more humanity-based. But I do think there's something to the idea of thinking it doesn't have to be this way. Why does time and time served equal justice or repentance when really everybody is just more traumatized, more likely to have a crime committed, et cetera, et cetera? So where do you suggest people have those conversations if you're concerned about it being taken out of context and weaponized by the right?
Yeah, like, you're talking to someone, an idiot, who still believes in like this open marketplace of ideas bullshit. And unfortunately, I'm still stuck there. I think that you should have those conversations with Hasan. I had a fucking polite conversation with Richard Hanania. I had a polite conversation with Michael Tracy about, in my opinion, downplaying the criminality of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that was unhinged. That was like 3 hours long, right?
That was crazy. And that was a situation. And I'm very skeptical of like some of the maximalist theories of Epstein, but he was even downplaying Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction and like questioning whether or not she was involved, which I thought was insane given the trial. And so I'm willing to have these kinds of conversations with people I disagree with vehemently, even people who have said disgusting shit. And so I don't begrudge that. I'm just trying to explain like where, like, I do get kind of exasperated when we make maybe Fox News' job a little easier for them. But in general, that's priced into me. I basically think you can't shut people up. And I'm certainly not in favor of like banning Hasan. And frankly, I think that Destiny should be unbanned off Twitch. I think that Destiny should be remonetized on YouTube, even though he's being, in my opinion, insanely bad faith to me and calling me.
I mean, yeah, to a point. I mean, it's like it's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna get banned again, right? Like immediately, like actually fucking immediately. The guy cannot, he's not like capable of controlling himself.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. I'm actually, pretty free speech absolutist when it comes to that stuff. Like I don't agree with banning people. I don't agree with censoring people or demonetizing them unless they do something that's like genuinely like, a literal call for violence against somebody or, something that's just like actually breaking the law. I don't agree with anyone getting banned off of YouTube or Twitch.
So it's not about the having of the conversation, I think. It's about what that conversation is. And
I think I'm still like pretty much on that same lens. I just understand that it does disservice a little bit.
And I'm fine with that. I would just
because at the end of the day, I don't think like Nick Fuentes needs to be unbanned from platforms. You know, so it's like. I don't know.
Just say that, like, if you're going to represent the DSA on Fox News,
and like the thing is, it is like one of those where it's like, yeah, you can't. I think with the Destiny stuff, there's like a lot of like deniability because you can't just point at like one specific thing, right? You know what I mean? You can't point to one specific thing. There is a lot of ways community interacts with other communities. Amongst everything else, that's like, yeah.
If you're going to do some of these interviews in these like hard-hitting places,
I think I have to stand on, I think Twitch has every right to do it, but in the same note, yeah, probably don't need to. At this point, I mean, the guy probably would get banned within a week, so.
You got to be ready to play the game. And we should be putting our best foot forward. When I say we, I just mean any one of these groups. I'm not saying I'm DSA, but we should. If we're in this kind of listen, I'm not saying that.
People are already going to be pissed enough at Pisco and his replies. I know.
But I will say though that like we need to have the conversations, and I'm okay with having the conversations, and I'm okay even disagreeing vehemently. What I don't want to disagree about is whether we should vote in these MAGA traitors. Like that just needs to be off the table for anyone on the political left. And the thought of we should split, this is the on Carvel shit. This third party stuff is for the birds. It's never gonna be effectuated, and all it would do is hurt us, because there is a significant portion of the Democratic base that both identify as Democratic socialists or their sympathies lie towards someone like AOC and Bernie Sanders, and so we can't excise that from us. That's part of the Democratic coalition, and I think should be in the future. And so we need to be able to live and work with these people and like get along with these people. That's kind of my view, and I've been criticized heavily for that view in the last few months, but I'm gonna stick to it.
No, I hear you, bro. And we're about to wrap this up. Really appreciate you for stopping by and having this great conversation with us. I love chatting with you because you aren't afraid to disagree with us. You aren't afraid to challenge us, and it gets boring just talking to someone who you agree with 100% of the time. So really appreciate it. And I will say just on Hasan too. I know you're kind of now like an ex-member of the Destiny left, if you want to say that. Now that you've, I guess, banned him on or blocked him on Twitter and all that kind of stuff. But I do think it is outrageous for anyone who associates with Destiny to say that somehow Hasan's rhetoric goes too far, or Hasan is said things that are a bad look for the Democratic Party, when I could go back and clip endless amounts of edgelord bullshit from Destiny's show over the years, like him laughing at the fucking firefighter that got shot at the Trump rally in Butler, him laughing at victims of gun violence and various different circumstances. I mean, I think it's objectively true that Destiny has been far edgier than Hasan ever has been throughout the entirety of both of their careers.
Oh yeah. You want me to play this clip before you react? This is a good one. This is a good one.
I'm like 92% sure I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context
Jesus Christ,
of an appropriate discussion. I'm like 90.
And oftentimes it's not in the context of an appropriate discussion when we've heard.
I disavow. I was gonna raid into Pisco. Okay, can we? Oh, buy Twitch stream. Okay. I forgot they did that. That's crazy.
Destiny.
Listen, context is everything. You guys are gonna hate me for saying that, but like, I understand the edgelord stuff. On that, I agree. Context is everything. I'm gonna think very differently about a black person saying the N-word than a white person saying the N-word, or if it's a joke, or if it's a fucking movie. And so
I think you play that.
I don't think you use the hard R in a joke. I mean, there's like one joke with the hard R, but that's that one guy who's like, I know N-words and I know N-words. Why did Discord just ping? Yeah, this is like absurdist, dude. Like
around the clock when if Destiny starts campaigning with people and that gets
Yeah, but
played
I'm not
going to
be bad faith, though.
I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
right? If we're talking about things that people will take out of context and use against the Democrat, I think there's a lot of ammunition that comes from Destiny as well.
I get it, and I would prefer we don't do this, like going back and trying to just like virtue signal all that shit. And I certainly take umbrage with the accusations that I'm anti-Semitic, just because I want to fucking define the word in a way that makes sense. And that I totally take that point. But no, I do think that there needs to be some grace given, but it's got to be mutual, right? There's got to be some mutual grace. But I understand your point.
Yeah, hard R and then like the F slur. I'm gonna be honest, like I'm kind of like annoyed at Vanguard for playing the clip. If I'm gonna be real, okay.
Well, really appreciate you coming on, bro. It was a great chat. Love talking as always. And,
of course.
And also just, we've been through a lot of backlash from our community at various times in our career. I do feel bad for you seeing just all this unhinged hate coming from Destiny and his army of fucking bots. Like, it's completely unhinged. They're accusing you of things with no fucking evidence, calling you anti-Semitic, even though, you're the least anti-Semitic person we've ever fucking chatted with. Like, it's crazy. So I do feel bad, and I hope that you're able to kind of dissociate yourself from that toxic sphere if you intend to.
Well, my intention is to keep doing me, and I'm not going to let people police what I do. I talk to people who are Destiny supporters all the time, and a lot of them are really good conversations. So I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. With him specifically, I think that they're lies and it's bad faith, and I don't have any intention of engaging if people are just blatantly lying about me. But in general, I think that there are good people who even agree with a lot of the things he says, and I'm willing to have those conversations even if they're difficult. That said, though, obviously there are lines to everything, and personal lines that you need to take, and I hope people understand that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, take care, man. Really appreciate you coming on the show. It was a great chat.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Peace, go.
Wow, that's crazy. Cool. Good shit. Good for Pisco. Hell yeah. We're gonna raid Pisco actually. So that's the daytime stream. No, hope that was fun for everybody. Just if I had to like really nail in my like end thoughts here, it's just that we could have lesbian sex and it wouldn't be weird. Okay. Alright, anyways, yeah, go hang out with Pisco. I will be back later. We're gonna be doing other shit. I'll be back later and I will talk to you guys then. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Bye and bye. Oh, and I kick